Anderson Burgos,
Here.
Hartley,
Here.
Graney,
Here.
Hernandez,
Here.
Leahy,
Good evening, everyone. Present.
Lisi,
Here.
McGee,
Here.
McGivern,
Here.
Murphy,
Here.
Sullivan,
Here.
Vacant.
Here.
Before we get started, I think we all know about some terrible news that occurred this weekend. So one of which is Counselor Hernandez's father passed away. We're truly sorry for your loss. Our deepest is condolences for you. Truly sorry for you. We did speak, and I'd like to turn over to you if you would like to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and to all my fellow counselors for your condolences. My dad passed away on Monday, on Labor Day, September 7th. Victor Joseph Medina, he was born on May 21st, 1952, and he was a father of 4 girls. We all live here in Holyoke. He moved from Brooklyn probably like around 2002 and was able to finalize raising my 3 younger sisters. He was a person of very modest means, but really big and hard, and he was able to do really well. He was the best leader and the smartest person that I knew. And although we had like different, views on different things in life, he always taught me how to respect and be inclusive and kind to everyone. So this is my dad, Victor Medina, when he worked in the Federal Reserve Building in New York. And that's when he worked most of his life until he had to, retire and become disabled because of his sickness. But he fought a good fight, and we're proud of him. He tried to stay alive. He wanted to be there for his grandchildren, which were everything for him. But, the disease took him over. He had cancer, and now he no longer suffers. And that's what my sisters and I, we find comfort in. But thank you very much. And he fought a good fight, and he had a good life and a good trajectory. And we're proud that he was my dad. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing. We're truly sorry. Also, as we all know, we lost a true gentleman, advocate for the city of Holyoke, a true professional, Marty Dunn. Just quickly, I won't get into stories. I know everyone wants to share a story tonight about Marty. I'll just share this quickly. I was able to sit with him before he passed. And I truly thank the family for that. It was a few days later that I called someone for some information. I won't use names, of which the person said to me, I didn't know. I didn't know he was sick. And I said, no one did. He kept it to himself. And the guy said, well, when did we find out about this? And I put the timeline as best as I knew it. And the response was, well, that's impossible, because he called me and offered up a recommendation for a person to try and get them a job. That's who Marty was. Sick, in a bed, fighting his disease, he was still advocating for people, still helping people. That's what Marty did. When I was speaking to him, he said, don't cry, Todd, don't cry. I'm not going anywhere. And I was like, what are you talking about, Marty? He's like, I'm not going anywhere. And it stopped me. And I'm like, I get it. All the people he helped, what he did for this city, what he fought for to represent the city. You can go anywhere. And people say, where are you from? I'm from Holyoke. Oh, do you know Marty Dunn? That's the response, because he was always the cheerleader for this city and for everyone. He didn't care who you were. He cheerleaded for us and to make this city better. And he's right. He didn't go anywhere. He'll always be here. So with that, I'll turn over to other members. Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I guess when I first heard about it, it was obviously on social media, and it was like a straight punch to my stomach because Marty wasn't just my lawyer. Marty was he was one of my heroes. He was definitely a leader, a great man. But I want to share this because this is a memory that I have of Marty that will forever live in my memory. I was at a function and I was on my way out of the function, and somehow as I'm walking out, Marty's trying to walk in, and I tripped over his feet. And I immediately, without skipping a beat, yelled, "Did everyone see that? This man tried to hurt me. Is there a lawyer in the house?"
Why are you eating that?
The loud laughter, the belly laughter that came out of that man's belly was so infectious that the whole room broke out in laughter. And that is one memory I will cherish for the rest of my life. And I wanted to share that with everybody who's watching tonight, that this is who Marty was. He was a great man, and is a great man. To me, he's still alive in our memories and our stories that we will share from this day on. And I know you're listening, Marty, and I love you, and I thank you for everything, all the advice you've ever given to me, and just for being Marty. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, when I saw the news, it definitely took me by surprise, and you immediately felt the loss of, Marty Dunn and the presence and all that he's done for the community. In my experience, he was just a really kind, sweet man. And the thing that I think most about him is that he was somebody who wanted to bring you into Holyoke. For someone who is not originally from Holyoke, I always felt like he was like, you need to understand like who we are here in Holyoke and what we're all about. And he, took you under his wing, and he would show you like this place or tell you a story about these people and this event. And I think, that's the thing, that like he brought people in and showed them the ropes, and he wanted you also to love and understand Holyoke. And I think anybody who connects with him or connects with Holyoke through him has that sort of love and connection to the city, because he, whether you were from here or not, he brought you in. He told you the stories, and he made you a part of it. And I am so grateful to him for that. And I think that our city's legacy kind of travels beyond the city, because he was so willing to share those stories and bring people from the outside in. So I will miss him deeply.
Councilor Bartley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, just as my father looked up to Marty's uncle, Morris Donohue, the president of the Senate, it was two key mentors to my father. Marty Dunn looked up to my father for his advocacy, endless advocacy on behalf of the Commonwealth, and particularly Western Mass and Holyoke. And so I looked up to Marty Dunn, and his absence and his loss, it's irreplaceable. Thank you.
Thank you. I
need to ask, can people who are not speaking, can you please put your microphones on mute? I can hear things happening in the background, and I would like to hear what people have to say in regards to Marty and everything else that will be going on tonight. Thank you.
Mr. President.
All right, my back. I think I froze up for a minute there. All right.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Councilor Graney.
Yeah, just a quick word about Marty.
Yes.
He was a great man, a great Holyoke person. He loved this city. He loved its residents, and we all loved him, and we will miss him tremendously.
Thank you, Councilor. With that, Councilor Leahy, sorry, I didn't see your hand. I apologize.
Yeah, hi, Councilor President. Do you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
So like everyone else, Marty was a friend to me, to my family, to everyone. You know, getting into politics, running for election back in 1999, I called several people to ask for advice. You know, if I should do this or I shouldn't do this. If I do this, these are my plans. You know, am I going down the right trail? And many people said, "Oh, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go about doing this." And when I talked to Marty down at the YMCA, that's where we had our meeting. He just kept saying, "Yes, do that. Yes, do that." In fact, he didn't say no to anything. And I said, what's happening here? He just said, be yourself, come from the heart. That's what I do. That's what you're going to do, and you're going to be fine. And so 20 something years later, you know, hopefully I'm still fine. But having said that, when I think of Marty, there's a poem, I think it's by Ellis. It's not about the date you're born and the date you die. It's about that dash that separates the two. That dash meant so much for people that knew Marty, but more importantly, it was so important for Marty itself. The amount of work and the amount of friendship that he gained in that dash, and the amount of people that looked up to him, the amount of people that he looked up to. He was a part of the political game. He loved it. I mean, I think it was a week before the election, he called me and he said, "Can you meet me down at the Boys and Girls Club? We got Kennedy coming down." And so I said, like I always did, "Yes, of course, Marty, do whatever you want." So myself, my daughter Caroline, my daughter Paige, we went down there, and the first thing he did was he recognized my daughter Caroline, and because they had the same fire engine red hair, he was just the person that would compass everything. He made you feel like the life of the party. The fact that myself and my wife Eileen got to spend hundreds of nights down in Francie's on Saturday night listening to him and listening to his father Beezer, and listening to the stories of old Holyoke, and just hearing countless number of great funny stories, and they always turned out to be funny. Marty, the best attribute that I think he had was a fantastic storyteller. So having said that, my friend, that dash that you lived is an amazing one. God rest your soul, Marty.
Anyone else? Just on a side note, as I mentioned earlier, Councilor Tallman cannot be here tonight. I did speak with him at length, and he is asking now that I do announce this. His mother-in-law passed away August 24th, and him and Nettie are home currently taking care of the father-in-law, who is currently under hospice right now. So they're going through a very tough time. That's why you can't be here with us tonight. Rosa Rosado and Aureliano, hopefully I said that right, Peter. I apologize if I butcher names. Lost a mother-in-law, and now the father-in-law is very ill. So I'd ask everyone, not only here on the council but at home, please, for a moment of silence for everybody. It's just been a very hard time lately. For a moment of silence, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, I did reach out to everybody. I know a few were busy today. I'd make a motion to go out of order, or ask for a motion to go out of order to late file D.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? This is the late file by all of us. I know I spoke to everyone. I think it was only I couldn't get a hold of Gladys Martinez, but I don't see her saying no to this. So order that the city council vote to adopt that Maple Street from Lyman to Hamden as Marty Dunn Way, or any appropriate designation somewhere else. I did speak with Kathy Dunn. She did like this area, but if something comes up later after COVID passes and we want to move that sign, at least we offer up that ability to move it around. But I'd offer that order up. Are there any
Second.
motions? Motion is to receive, adopt, and approved. That was seconded by Councilor Leahy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So moved. We'll now go back to first part of the agenda. Laid on the table is a committee of DGNR who was referred a communication from the Office of Attorney, from the Attorney General Office of Open Meeting Law Complaint, which is from August 4th, 2020. It was laid on the table to make sure that the changes and everything were sent out to.
Make a motion to remove from the table.
Motion is removed from the table. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Make a motion that we adopt it as written, and if it hasn't been, referred to the Attorney General, both in our response to the complaint and some remedies that we've talked about in DGR committee and remedies that are in the letter that we now have a copy of.
Motion was to receive, adopt as it was amended with the remedies, and make sure that it was sent as a response to the Attorney General's office to the open meeting law complaint. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Public comment. Ryan, are there people in the waiting room? I guess if I'm saying that right, for public comment?
Hi, Tad. We have a number of people in the meeting that have been muted that I would assume are here for public comment.
Okay.
So if you'd like, I can go start from the top of the list and maybe unmute somebody and see if they're in this meeting for to participate in public comment.
Okay.
We could also, Todd, perhaps ask people who are using this to use that blue hand to raise their hand for public comment as well.
If you're here for public comment, please hit the blue hand or raise your hand, which in turns blue.
You need to go to participants first and then find your name and raise your hand on the bottom right from there.
And one of the, do see somebody with a hand up right now, and he's at the top of this list. And it's Jose Adastra.
All right, Jose, are you here for public comment? You're still muted.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep.
I am here for public comment.
All right, so what we'll do is just to remind everyone of the rules for public comment. State your name, your address, and then we have the city council rules are to open it up for a minute and a half for public comment. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
All right.
Thank you.
My name is Jose Adastra. I'm a former resident of 245 Walnut Street. I'm coming here because today I'm really embarrassed to say that I grew up in Holyoke. There are several reasons why. The biggest one is because Councilor Vacon openly posts Blue Lives Matter material on her Facebook profile that everyone everywhere can see, and it's shameful as that's a domestic.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to stop you there. You cannot call out a counselor, signal out a counselor within public comment, just to make sure everyone understands that. All you can do is talk about what is on the agenda for tonight, September 15th, 2020.
And does the speaker live in Holyoke?
No.
If it's not, I heard the address. If you have to be a member of Holyoke, if not, we'll have to suspend the rules.
Yes, I am.
To allow for public comment for those who are outside, which we do. But if you're not a resident of Holyoke,
and then
Mr. President,
you can look it up on my license. My license says 245 Walnut Street. I can send you a picture right now if you want.
No worries. No worries. Councilor Hernandez.
And Mr. President, I also want to say this is my son, Jose Adastra.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Let's just go through the procedures here. So the motion would be to allow those who are not residents of Holyoke to speak, which is what we do. Is there a motion for that?
Motion to suspend the necessary rules.
All right, motion to suspend the rules, allow those who are not Holyoke residents to speak in public comment. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes, second. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
All right. So with that, we'll go back to Jose. Just understand, anyone for public comment, we're addressing things that are on the agenda for tonight. You may not single out a counselor or attack on a counselor with regards to matter. That's part of the rules. So with that, Jose, I'll turn it over to you.
Sorry about that. So as for what's on the agenda tonight, the most appalling thing that I see is the calls for investigations into Mayor Morse's personal life. We're a national embarrassment because of the way that some people are talking about Alex Morse. Really out of line. In the past, we've had counselors that have really broken the law beyond any reasonable doubt, and there's been no outcry for investigation or for details. And now we're seeing, as a survivor, it's appalling to see the city using, they're pretending to advocate for survivors of rape by calling for an investigation into Morse. And we've seen that that's exactly what happened in the media. That's how it came up. Everyone's apologizing for even bringing this up, everyone. And we still see our local government pushing it like a witch trial. Like this, one of the most terrible things I've seen anyone do, and it's people that are in charge. So I would ask that you really support item 63 to censure this really terrible, we're a national embarrassment because of the way that we've treated this. So I would really press for you to really censure those comments and some of the way that you're talking about clearing out encampments and some of the other agenda points. And I would ask that you use some compassion. And it's true that there's been proven health.
Jose, we're at 1:30, just let you know, 1:30.
Okay, use compassion. Don't put people in prisons. There's plenty of housing. Be gentle, taking the people off of the street. Okay, don't use the police, and don't congratulate Sheriff Nick Kochi for bringing prison labor to Holyoke. That's very insulting to minorities. Please don't say thank you for prison labor coming to Holyoke. Please. Thank you.
Thank you
for letting me speak.
No, thank you very much. Next, we have Owen Broadhurst. I see a hand up there. Owen?
This will be interesting. For a period of what is now quite a few months, I have been, well, certainly several weeks.
Owen, address, please. Address, please.
1328 Northampton Street, here in Holyoke, I reside. For a period of several weeks, I have been witnessing in various forums and in various newspapers and even on television, the, shall we call them canards, dog whistles that operate on such a level as inflame homophobic sentiment. This is a disgrace. The role that any particular city councilor might have played in this is within itself a disgrace, and something that I believe certainly merits censure, certainly merits the resignation of any such councilor that would engage in any such hate speech. That is an embarrassment to this city. That is an embarrassment to humanity. Decades ago, when I came out of the closet, I recall the circulation of such canards when AIDS came out. For years, I had to listen to people recalling these canards, imagining gay people to be predators. This puts gay people's lives at risk. I cannot emphasize that enough. These canards resulted in me being attacked and friends of mine being attacked, people being subjected to violence. My hope is that the City Council is aware of what it is doing here and takes care not to let such things happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I see Jacqueline DeFelice.
Oh, hello, this is Scott DeFelice.
Oh, okay, Scott. Scott. I see. Right.
Yes.
All right, Scott.
Okay.
Address?
Scott D. Fleece, 60 Cleveland Street in Holyoke.
All right. You can go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so my comment today is I've written a letter regarding the Yale Street project. And my principal concern has to do with congregant living facilities. You know, I think we know that in the COVID epidemic, over 50% of the people who died and succumbed to the virus nationwide live in congregate living facilities. The facility on Yale Street is anticipated to have 16 people with numerous people coming in and out every day, and those 16 people having to go to outpatient services every day, and those 16 people only lasting approximately 90 days. So there's going to be a facility with a tremendous amount of inflow and outflow of people who are immune compromised, of people who clearly have problems with you know, mental illness and who will have difficulty in following instructions. I mean, so I think it's an at-risk population to begin with. And I think the guidance and the programs that were originally established prior to the COVID epidemic are not sufficient for the current situation. It's clear that within Holyoke, we've had the Soldiers Home as a national story. We've recently had additional outbreak there with workers testing positive. So I think it would be irresponsible for the city and the Department of Public Health not to revisit that permit. And what I would be asking for is for a substantial reduction, at least in the number of people who would be allowed in that facility, because the congregate nature of the facility, the shared bathrooms, the high flow through, the interaction with the population, that's going to be very difficult to take instruction and control their behavior. I mean, they are folks who have mental illness and addiction, means this is extremely risky. So I'm urging the city to strongly reconsider the permit and the current operating protocols as envisioned.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Next, I have Givner, if I'm seeing that right.
Cocaine Givner, Mr. President.
Okay. Hi, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm trying to unmute. So my name's Cocaine Givner. My nickname's Coco. Make it a little more lighthearted. I live at 13 O'Connor Avenue, and I have owned this home since approximately 2005. And I have actually asked, and I know that there's been a motion to do like a traffic test or a traffic study for the area. But my comments are generally the same. There's a speeding problem here. We don't have any speed bumps. A lot of people use our street as a cut through, and that includes O'Connor Ave and Clinton, I believe. And I know for a fact that a woman did die trying to cross the street across to go to the Stop and Shop, or a person in a wheelchair. I'm not sure if it was a man or a woman. I often see elderly people walking across the street from O'Connor Ave over to the Stop and Shop Plaza. There's no crosswalk from O'Connor Ave to the church right here. There's just like some real parking issues. The fire trucks have a hard time getting through in the corner. Right now we have a trailer with no plates that's been sitting on our street for over a month. I'm not sure where that came from or how long it's going to sit here. I know some of the other residents have complained about it. We've sent in pictures. There are cars parked at the corner of O'Connor and Hamden in a no parking zone that park there regularly. They're never ticketed. So I guess I'm just hoping that there could be some enforcement, because it doesn't really matter if there's rules if they're never enforced. And these are safety issues. I have a really hard time getting out of O'Connor Avenue. I ride a motorcycle. It's already dangerous enough. We have economy cars. We can't see over the cars that park to the corner. And unfortunately, you know, the people who are repeat offenders, I'm sure they don't realize what how difficult it is for us to get out. So I can't blame my neighbors who aren't.
Just to let you know, we're a little over the 1:30.
Oh, okay. Well, they're not new complaints, so I'm sure you can look them up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next is Sophia Vitez. Am I saying that right?
Yep, it's this. Good evening. Yeah, how are you, Sophia? Sophia from Arlebeck Associates, here specifically on agenda items 8 and 9. I wasn't sure if I was to speak now or wait until those were called, but I can speak briefly to them if that's okay through the president.
Or
I can wait until they're called.
8 and 9, when those are called, we'll bring those up.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Richard Alstrom. Richard?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me? I'm trying to get unmuted
yes.
here. Sorry.
No problem. And you're here for the public comment?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get the video up. I can't seem to do that. Hang on one second, if you would, please. Start video. Okay. Hi. Yeah, so hi, good evening to everybody. Rich Alstrom. I live at 215 Madison Avenue here in Holyoke. I am also the chair of the Holyoke Historical Commission. And I am, I had first intended to speak on the community development block grant that was come forward for the planning survey downtown in the Canal System Industrial Area survey that we do have a grant from the Massachusetts Historical Commission plus the city community development block grant that I'm encouraging the councilors to move forward on that. This block grant will use to be update existing surveys from the 1970s. The buildings not have been surveyed in the canal system. It is a wonderful source of funding for historic tax credits, historic preservation. It'd be very short-sighted to not move this forward. However, I am incredibly disappointed to be discussing the orders brought forward by Councilor Sullivan, the 3 orders this evening. I think they are based on clear fabricated allegations of false allegations of sexual misconduct against the mayor that by multiple sources, the Intercept, the New York Times, have shown that these are baseless. And I am so disappointed that we would have councilors that would even bring this forward to our city council. I believe, as somebody else just mentioned, this will be a national embarrassment for our city, for our city council. I am a supporter of Alex Morris. I think he is truthful and honest, but I do not think these allegations are true. I think they were a smear, and I strongly ask the city council to knock down these orders. We will as a city regret it. I also very strongly—
We're at a little over 1 minute 30 seconds, just let you know.
Thank you. I strongly encourage you to endorse Councilor Hernandez's order of sanction. So thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, I see Jennifer K with the hand up.
Hi, can you hear me?
It's very low. Jennifer, you're muted.
Are you able to hear me now?
Perfect.
All right. My name is Jennifer Keat, K-E-I-T-T. I live at 63 Arthur Street here in Holyoke.
Good evening.
And okay, good evening. I actually kind of second what Mr. Alstrom was saying. I was pretty disappointed with how everything went down with the allegations against Mayor Morris. And I was really disappointed that several of our city council members decided to jump on the bandwagon. I did email some of the city councilors. The only one that got back to me, which was my ward rep, which was very disappointing. I am a lifelong Holyoker. My maiden name is Chartier. I've actually gone to school with some of you. And so when people that are here and have stayed here and are involved reach out to you, it would be nice to get a response. So I do also think that Ms. Hernandez's number 63 should be endorsed and that censure should be forthcoming, because the ink wasn't even dry on that initial report against Alex before, oh, excuse me, before the things were filed. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Francis.
Hey Ted, I'm trying to identify him here, and I can unmute him. I'll do it now.
Okay.
Hopefully this will work.
Sorry. My name's Frances Wilson. I live at 1421 Northampton Street. And I wanted to speak to both of the issues that Rich Elstrom spoke to. I am a commissioner on the Holyoke Historical Commission, and wanted to urge the councilors to support the CBDG match money for the grant for the canal area surveys. That money is actually already been allocated. It is not additional funds, and these surveys are the basis by which properties get on the National Register of Historic Places. In order to apply for historic tax credits, a property has to be on that list. And this area is primarily many of the old mills. If we are looking to have a redevelopment and new business and industry come into the city, I think it's really important that the potential buyers, developers of these properties know that they have the option to apply for historic tax credits and other preservation grants that will make it possible for them to rehab the properties and put them to new uses to bring into work and revenue into the city.
We're a little over 1:30, just to let you know.
Okay, sorry.
No, no worries.
I also feel that while and I've said this to Alex, I don't think Alex is perfect, but I do believe that what has come out about this, all of these allegations, is that it was a smear campaign, and that there's a lot of innuendo, but there is nothing that he did that was legally or morally wrong. So I guess I'm saying the same thing many other people said about supporting Councilor Hernandez's what was that recommendation about how to deal with it. We need to let this go and move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there, I don't see any other hands. Ryan, is there anyone? Councilor Hernandez, I did get your text. I do have emails to read.
Yeah, and Mr. President, can I please ask you, can you mention again to the people that are joining us most recently that they need to raise their hands if they wanted to speak? Can you
Yes,
mention that again, please?
So once again, if you're here for public comment, if you go down to the very bottom of your screen, it'll say participants. If you click on that, it'll open up the screen and you'll see at the bottom of that, it'll say raise hand, of which if you raise your hand, I'll call on you for public comment. I see Ann Tallheimer.
Hi, Ann Tallheimer, 97 Brown, apartment 2L. I did send in an email, but I thought it was important to jump on the call as well. Like many other folks, I'm stepping in here in verbal support of Councilor Hernandez's item number 63, and to speak in opposition to items 44, 45, and 46, particularly because 44, 45, 46 have some interesting governance, but there's all this other language around it, which is incendiary, embarrassing, and not really germane to the task at hand. City Council needs to get some governance done. That's fine. Leave the personal petty stuff out of it. I want to see government that does good work. I don't want to see government where people are sniping at each other or using City Council as a bully pulpit. That is not what local government is for, and I expect my local government to do better. I'm incensed that yet again homophobia is rearing its ugly head in our local government. There are homophobic dog whistles embedded in these items, and we need to do better. We need to do better than this. I'm in full support of Councilor Hernandez's item. I think we do need apologies and censure, and I really want us to get it right. Holyoke has been, I'd like to see Holyoke get some good recognition for some cool, awesome stuff that we're doing, and not this kind of petty sniping and not this kind of government. Because I've seen it work in other places. We need it to work here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment who is here? Paul Pear.
I'd like to see Holyoke get some good recognition for some awesome stuff that we're doing, and not this kind of petty sniping, and not this.
Ryan, there's feedback.
Because I've seen it work in other places.
Paul Pear.
I think that was coming from Paul's television.
Oh, there's Paul. Paul, you're on mute.
How's that?
Good evening.
Good evening. Sorry about that tech issue. I just wanted to call in. I really didn't want to call in this evening, but I felt compelled to. I'm disappointed. I am embarrassed that word's been used, and I am saddened that these orders are going forward. I think this represents a breaking point for civility in Holyoke government. I do hope that the discussion this evening and the public comment that has preceded it marks a change of course. And I'm particularly disappointed that included in these orders is a charter change proposal for a recall provision of the charter, which is a sensible topic to address and discuss. And it's indicative of how good governance proposals and discussions get completely obliterated by not just partisanship, but what we have here today, which is again something that's sadly beyond partisanship and really something I hope this body reflects on in proceeding today. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else who is online currently? Hearing none and not seeing any other hands, I did receive emails for public comment. This is from Alina Aubrey, 15A, agenda item public comment. My name is Alina Aubrey. I live at 68 Nonotuck Street, and I was recently appointed to the city's historic commission. I learned of our meeting last night that the Finance Committee will vote no to the Canal System Industry Area Grant. I'd like a better explanation as to why the Finance Committee does not want to accept this grant, given the tight constraints everywhere. It's unclear to me their decision of making and whether there is a clear understanding of both the need for the grant and how the grants are obtained, and what solution do they have to address the lack of funding to address the historical properties in the city. Lisa Zoller with the Office of Community Development suggested that the requested portion of the fiscal 2018 NRHP CDBG funds towards the match to the MHG grant is a response to the City Council states that this makes perfect sense for the number of reasons. The work plans and tasks like completing the MHC survey formulates to get the NRHP activity back on track, provides the city with direct access to MHC for technical assistance. It leverages the CDBG funds to access the MHC funds and enables better outcomes through the coordinated approach to historical preservation planning work. My understanding is that this project will help historical properties become eligible for historical tax credits, which is one of the most significant financial tools available to restore historic properties. The small grant has the potential to encourage major investments in historical buildings in Holyoke. I'd ask the City Council to vote in favor of accepting the grant. See here. This is from Dennis O'Donnell. Dear City Council, I'm contacting you to voice my support for Councilor Hernandez, item number 63 on the 9/15 City Council agenda, and additionally to speak out against items 44, 45, 46, introduced primarily by Councilor Sullivan. As a gay man myself, Councilor Sullivan's homophobic statements last month about Mayor Morris and were disconcerting to me, despite these allegations have been made and shown in recent weeks to be completely without merit, and Councilor has not withdrawn a statement nor apologized. Rather, he's doubled down and introducing these items.
And Mr. President?
Yeah.
Can I be recognized for a second?
Councilor Bartley.
Oh, okay, so you realize that right now
these would be in violation. Reading it, pointing out the councilor's name would be in violation of the open or public comment.
What you just did is that for sure. And then second of all, what you're doing now is particularly unusual because we've never once had emails read by the City Council President at public comment.
That's not true. That's not true.
I have no recollection of it. Of an email barrage. So I mean, generally it's people come before us. Now we get a lot of emails, but I mean, I think if you want to recognize them and just give a brief overview, but to go word for word, Mr. President, I think it's a bit much. Thank you.
Well, I understand, but I have read them in prior meetings, of which when we set up this system, which is not perfect through Zoom, this was one of the ways to try and comply with the open meeting law. I do agree, as I start to read these, where it's pointing out a councilor or councilor's name, that is against the rules. You cannot single out a person. So I'll try my best to skip through this stuff, but it is an email, which as not in traditional form as public comment. Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I wanted to just say, yes, we have had emails come in through public comment at holyoke.org before, because that is something that we set up for open meeting law compliance, as the council president just stated. I mean, at the end of the day, the orders that are mentioned have the counselor's name on it. Several counselors have put their name to these orders. So I'm not sure if it's really, a violation of our rules if people are just pointing out the obvious. These are the comments that an individual counselor made. They are, the orders that several counselors have put their names on. So I'm not sure that speaking that counselor or a group of counselors' names, when that is the fact of the matter, it's not an accusation. It's not, hearsay. It's documented. People have put their name and their faces to these comments. And so I don't think that there is a violation there. It's not a violation of our rules to point out exactly, the facts of the matter. Thank you.
Councilor Hernandez. Councilor?
No, I'm fine because Councilor Lisi already covered everything. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. Cheryl Rodriguez Jones. I support Councilor Hernandez's item number 63 for tonight's agenda and urge you to do so as well. Nancy Steinberg for public comment. I request the following to be introduced into the record support. The councilor's motion, a letter written by myself and others and signed by 63 of my state committee colleagues to the Massachusetts Democratic State Committee Subcommittee Vice Chair Deb Kowalski, Vice Chair Leon Brightwith, and Personnel Chair Mark DeSilvio on August 15th, 2020. Suggest that it was not wise for the state party to investigate itself. The state issued by the Bay State Stonewall Democrats calling for an independent investigation. Correspondence from the state committee subcommittee, a second letter from 70 state committee members expressing our displeasure with the choice of the less than independent choice of investigator. Mayor Morris is not guilty of anything. An investigation is ongoing to see what role members of the state party leadership played in the matter and how they were involved. An apology is in order to the mayor. Investigation needed to be complied with. With respect, Nancy Steinberg. This is from Mimi Panich, 134 Madison Ave. It was a real sorrow and a bitter word. Matters would never have come to this. I write to express my support for item 63 on tonight's city council agenda and hope that the council will decisively reject 44 to 46. It should not be a matter of whether or not any or all of you as members of the council are political supporters, either in a recent bid for U.S. Congress or for Mayor of Holyoke, rather as a matter of appropriate responsibility, behavior by the Holyoke City Council and its members. You are our representatives to the region and the nation on whom we rely not to harm our interests by making Holyoke a national laughing stock. You are also our legislators whom we must rely upon to evaluate incoming information, even emotionally charged but unsubstantiated allegations in the heat of a political campaign, soberly and accurately to communicate sensibly with the public about the information and to generally behave in such a way that Holyoke could have confidence that our public affairs are handled on a level-headed, rational, and honorable men and women. Let's see here. Again, this has nothing to do with the presence and absence of fundamental policy or disparagement between all members of the council and the mayor, and between the council citizens. We can disagree even passionately about how we should address our collective problems and opportunities here in Holyoke that fairly and even healthily. But we can and should do without descending into hysteria and unfounded dishonest mudslinging. The city council will only compound that embarrassment if it fails to, we mentioned the councilor and his allies attempt to exploit this incident. Holyoke, you have the opportunity tonight instead to bolster Holyoke's reputation as a sensible, forward-thinking community, one that is capable of evaluating information rationally and one that rejects policy making fueled by innuendos and mass hysteria. I very much hope you will take this. Take it respectfully, Mimi Panich. Dear City Council, my name is Sarah Orlek. I live in Ward 5. I'm contacting to voice my support for item 63 on the 9/15 City Council agenda and speak against 44, 45, and 46, introducing statements about Mayor Morris embarrassing the city and local government. In the statement, repeatedly accused the mayor of activities. There being no allegations he had any relationship with people underage or anyone enrolled in any of the classes. Using homophobic, I think it's trophies for gay men as predators as a way of attempting to discredit the mayor. Should apologize and for residents and an apology. Once again, I'm trying to skip through names here. Misusing their position in ways that harm residents of our city, particularly in the queer and trans youth who are already at extreme risk of harm during the ongoing pandemic, forces many of them to spend more time with homophobic members and away from the source of community support. I urge you to vote support 63 and against 44 through 46. Another one is from Amy Ross. I want to attend tonight's meeting of the City Council and speak only if after all Holyoke have spoken in their time in order to address the claims and demands placed by the mayor. Thank you, Amy Ross, 28 Oliver Street, East Hampton. This is from Hunter Linscott. I'd like to voice my support of the integrity of Alex Morris and ask for support of item 63. This is from Lena Palaslis, I want to say, P-A-S-I-A-L-I-S. The following is the meeting I have sent and would like read onto the record. I am writing to you regarding item 63 introduced tonight's meeting. It's my opinion, not only should every counselor have come out against this horrendous remarks made by, but should also immediately adopt and act upon it in its entirety. The comments were libelous in the nature were absolutely intended to assist in torpedoing otherwise healthy campaign. Worse, they were grossly discriminatory in the entire population within our community. The public statements that were harmful commentary was not just harmful to the mayor, but also to the LGBTQ and people in our city. They have embarrassed the city in its fashion. It is unforgivable. The city of Holyoke is supposed to be a city that is fair, welcoming, and supportive of every resident, not just the straight Caucasian Christians who happen to own real estate. Their behavior does not reflect the true morals of the city. They must be taken task for this arrogance. I urge you to support, and I urge you to vote against the measures introduced by the council on 44, 45, and 46 as related to the baseless accusations made against the mayor. I have discussed this situation at length with many living in Ward 7 and around the city. No person I have spoke to supports the actions. The residents of Holyoke demand integrity and respect for the office of the mayor, as well as for themselves. They should not have to feel as though they would be denounced, discredited by their own city councilors simply because of who they are. Councilors need to meet the minimum standards for integrity by a stretch of imagination. I thank you for your time. I appreciate you have read my email. I am unavailable for public comment tomorrow's evening. Otherwise, I would surely be making this statement myself. Chair of the Holyoke Democratic City Committee. Just going through all the emails. And Ann Tallheimer did email, but she did do a public comment. So from there, I think I've captured them all. With that, are there any others left on live that didn't raise their hand or are now able to raise their hand? If not, that will be the end of public comment. We'll move on to communications. Item 2.
Hey, Todd, these are all reappointments. I make a motion that we reappoint all of them.
All right, so item 2, let me get to it.
Mr. President, do you mind just announcing that we have wrapped up the public comment so that anybody who's reading understands that and
Good. So that was the end of public comment. I read all the emails that I have from public comment and ones that were forwarded to me from our city administrator at Ryan Allen. We had all the people raise their hand that were on for tonight, and we offered up several times to have them do that. So public comment is now over, and we have moved on to item 2, which is communications. So item 2 is the communication. The mayor reappointing the following individuals for the Council on Aging, and there's a list which will serve a 1-year term, and the term will expire August 2021. And the motion was to confirm all the appointments, so receive and confirm the appointments.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item 3 is from the mayor reappointing Tessa Murphy Ramboletti, 179 High Street, to serve as a member of the Holyoke Economic Development, or HEDIC. This seat on the board is an at-large section. There's a 3-year term. June 30th, 2023 is when it would end.
receive into public service?
Motion is receive and send to public service. Councilor Sullivan has his hand up.
That's not a reappointment?
This is, it is a reappointment.
It is a reappointment, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, so just motion to approve?
Hold on.
Councilor Sullivan.
I'd like to make a motion to send this to public service. I'd like to remind everybody that at the recent Finance Committee meeting, I asked of our OPED director what was going on, and this has been going on for years now, the question of merging HEDIC and HRA together, to which we were told, well, it was a very complex issue, all right? Building the Empire State Building was a very complex issue also, and that was accomplished in 18 months. This has been going on for years and years and years about just putting together these two together. I'd like to, before we do any more reappointments to either board, I'd like them to come in and talk to public service about what is going on with this, what their stance is on it, etc.
So the first motion was to grant the reappointment. Councilor Sullivan is asking that it go to committee.
No, the motion would send it to public service. Mr.
Yes, the motion is to send to public service from Councilor Sullivan. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the reappointment speaks for itself. I don't think anyone is questioning her character or her commitment to serving on HEDIC as a volunteer. We have had discussions on the possibility of merging HEDIC and the Redevelopment Authority together. There is no mandate to do that. And there's never even been a vote by the City Council as to what the City Council is expecting, but rather it's something that makes sense to look at. The difficulty is there are things that HEDIC does that the Redevelopment Authority cannot do. And HEDIC controls the assets like the revolving fund account and properties that we've been allowed to try to sell for gas and electric, which were part of the Northeast deal. And I welcome the discussion, but I think it should be a separate order and a discussion that we can have ongoing. Matter of fact, I think we have an ordering committee. I don't think there's any reason to delay an appointment of the mayor unless there's a question of her character.
Anyone, Mike, Councilor Sullivan, is your hand still up or?
No, I can take that down, but I'd still like to hear from the appointee in a public service meeting and go over this topic especially.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Sullivan brings up a good point in having a good conversation, but as Councilor McGivern said, I do believe that it's a separate order to be filed. And when that order is filed, I think that is a good conversation. But so much, instead of bringing the appointees in to discuss that, I think that we should bring the head, bringing the players who are actually doing the work now. And if Councilor Sullivan would like to talk to I would suggest giving a call. I don't want to have a complete meeting for public service for nobody to show up for one question. I would certainly reach out and give her a call because, as Councilor McGivern said, the only reason I think this should go to committee if the person is warranted, or if we have questions about the person being warranted, and I do think that Tessa is a good fit. Thank you.
Anyone further? So the request is to send it to public service. Was there a second?
I had seconded it. I seconded Rebecca's motion.
Well, she withdrew that, and when she realized it was a reappointment and said to grant the reappointment.
Oh.
So Councilor Sullivan's asking that it go there. Is there a second to that?
I'll give the second, as I did.
All right, so to go to public service, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No. I'd say the noes have it. Motion would be back to grant the reappointment, which is a 3-year term.
Second.
Motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes would have it. Item 4 is the agreement between the city and the UFCW Local 1459.
Motion to finance.
Motion to send to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 5 is a open meeting law complaint from James Fitzgerald of 439 Northampton Street, alleging a violation for August 4th, 2020.
Can you read it into the record? Because I'm pretty sure that we can.
I'm a petitioner and petition of a zone change brought under Mass General Law 40A 5. Myself and my neighbors brought this citizens petition to seek rezoning for the highway business zone parcel that matches the zoning of the surrounding residential parcel. Our petition had been heard and discussed per the statute of the City Council Ordinance Committee and the Planning Board. The remaining step was a final vote by the full council. Knowing a vote was coming, I checked all City Council agendas. The agenda for August 4th did not list my petition or vote thereon as an agenda item. I therefore did not participate in the meeting. I was not given an opportunity. Despite this, I learned that on August 4th meeting, the council reviewed correspondence from property owner and then continued to final vote denying my petition. I believe this lack of notice the lack of notice was intentional. Throughout the proceeding, members of the council have repeatedly stated their belief that the rezoning of the neighbor's petition is not possible to cite Mass General Law 40A Section 5. Councilors not involved in the ordinance committee, and particularly Councilor Bartley, attended meetings, committee meetings arguing against the petition on the landlord's behalf, even though the landlord failed to appear despite receiving proper statutory notice. There's especially concern to me as Councilor Bartley had a personal role in the landowner's original purchase and was heard at a local bar in February disparaging my petition. I believe that the petition has acted on in my and my neighbor's absence so that the legal counsel could not make a presentation to the full council regarding petition merits. Additionally, Councilor McGee was notified prior to the meeting by Councilor Hernandez, a member of the Ordinance Committee, had unintentionally voted to recommend denial of my petition and intended to correct the record of stated support for the petition of the full council prior to the vote. Councilor Hernandez was not present at the August 4th meeting. Despite this and his knowledge of her position and the impact on the council action, the council proceeded. The council must undo the vote and schedule a matter for a hearing and vote with proper notice and opportunity for arguments on all parties. Councilor Bartley has given his demonstration of personal interest and to this petition must recuse himself. Signed by James Fitzgerald.
Receive and send to the legal department for a response.
Second.
So receive, send to legal. What committee are we going to send it to have legal send it back, or no committee? What do you want to do?
It'd be finance.
Well, it was a ordinance committee issue, but I wouldn't mind just keeping it, you know, in front of the full council the same way we dealt with the previous open meeting law violation.
True enough.
Well, we did. Mr. President?
Yeah, Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, the last one we sent to DGR, if we're going to be consistent, we should send it there.
Okay.
So that's my motion.
Motion would be to receive, copy to legal, and then to DGNR to schedule.
Under discussion.
Councilor Lisi.
The only reason why I would object to that is because David Bartley is the chair of the committee, and the open meeting law violation specifically requests that David Bartley remove and recuse himself from the discussion of this matter.
Mr. President, can I respond to that nonsense?
Councilor Bartley.
So, sure. I read that. I read what Jimmy wrote and his lawyer wrote, and I can tell this body and the public it's completely baseless. There's no merit. But for complete disclosure, I understand that I am the chair. I also understand as a vice chair who I can relinquish the chair at any time. And I'm happy to do that. I understand how the rules, Robert's rules work. I can relinquish the chair at any point, and I will gladly do that. But in order to be consistent, I think we should, you know, we shouldn't leave it here. And then we'll have a frank discussion as soon as we hear back from the law department, as we always do, frank and honest discussion on camera in the public, and there'll be the no, and we will take this up expeditiously, Mr. President. I can assure you of that. But listen, I'm sorry the guy's a sore loser, but we'll put it in DGR and proceed accordingly.
All right. So motion is to receive, send a copy to legal, send to DGNR. Councilor Bartley will allow the vice chair to run the meeting.
And what does that also mean that he's going to recuse himself? I mean, given that that's the request, how do we legally comply with that request, or do we not have to comply with that request at this point in time for that sort of discussion to take place?
I think legal has to tell us that. That's not for us to determine. That's for legal.
So on the motion.
Okay, so then legal would send a recommendation for how the chair of DGR can or cannot participate in that discussion?
They'd have to.
Okay. As long as that's going to happen in advance of it coming onto an agenda, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So that will go there. Item 6 is from Scott D. Felice of 60 Cleveland Street, an email concerning the Holyoke Board of Health Director and city councilors regarding the concerning lack of high-risk planning for COVID-19. Motion be receive. Public safety.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 7 is from Director of Board and Health, that's Sean, which was the West Nile virus mosquito update. Did everyone receive that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Giving notice. Hopefully the public got notice too that there was a confirmed testing of the West Nile virus in, what they say, the southwest corner of Holyoke. So just for residents, please be careful. And if you have any questions, call the Board of Health with regards to this. That motion, so to receive that communication?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 8
9 as a
is,
package, please.
oh, what was that?
8 and 9 as a package, suspending the necessary rules.
Motion to suspend the rules, take up items 8 and 9 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? This is a request to withdraw application Northampton Street parcel 223-00-001 and 223-00-005-008, as well as a letter regarding 500 East Hampton Road parcel 213-00-003, requesting a special permit, reinstatement and extension of a drive-through facility.
Mr. President, motion to suspend the rules to let that representative who waited till after public comment to briefly address us on this.
Right. So motion is also, so first we'll take the motion to stick out package. We did do that. So now the motion is to suspend the rules to allow Sophia to address 8 and 9. Because she was going to do that in public comment, but she can address it here. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Sophia?
Yes.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. We have items 8 and 9 up. You want to address them?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Great. Good evening, Council. For the record, Sophia from R. Lebec Associates here on behalf of items 8 and 9. I'd like to begin with item 8 first, which is a letter request to withdraw the preliminary subdivision. There was some confusion on why this made it to the council's agenda. The actual request to withdraw the preliminary subdivision was submitted to the planning board. So I don't know how it made its way to this agenda. So I guess that was our first question. We tried reaching out to the clerk's office and to Mr. Allen and also to planning with no success today.
We can look into that. I'm not sure why. I don't have that answer for you.
Okay.
At this time.
So I guess at this point it would be a mute request. So if we could just move on to item number 9.
Okay.
Given that it's on our agenda, should we at least give it leave to withdraw or something to that effect?
So if I may kind of expand on that, the preliminary subdivision was filed in anticipation of the zone change that was also before the city council. It was filed in an attempt to possibly freeze the zoning if that was necessary. However, at this time, that zone change was denied, and that's why we were requesting to withdraw the preliminary subdivision. However, if there is going to be another vote or reconsideration of the same, we would elect to not withdraw at this time and leave our preliminary in place with the planning board.
Mr. President, under discussion.
Yeah, Councilor Lisi.
I guess I'm just, so if it's not properly before, if it is supposed to be before the planning board, then, I mean, we need to dispose of it from our agenda to begin with. So I guess I'm just confused. Like either it's improperly before us and we don't need to address it at all, or if you want to keep it here before us, then, I mean, maybe we're tabling this item, but if you're saying it's incorrectly before us, then we need to do something so it's out of our way.
Yeah, procedurally, I'm not sure what was proper with the council. Tabling it would be acceptable, but again, the request was made specifically to the planning board. So if it's not before you and you'd like to remove it off your agenda, we'd be okay with that as well.
Make a motion, we give it leave to withdraw.
I second that.
All right, so item 8, seeing how it wasn't supposed to come before us based on the petitioner, motion would be just to give it leave to withdraw the order itself.
Can I just ask
all it really is a communication. So if we withdraw on the communication, that's all it really is.
Mr. President, we get the specific addresses. I know they give you all this other stuff, but can we get specific addresses?
I don't have that, but we can request it.
Does the petitioner know?
To clarify, I do have them on Northampton Street with the parcel IDs as referenced in the request. I don't have specific numbers at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so motion was to give 8 leave to withdraw. That was seconded. Councilor Bartley, sorry, I didn't see you.
Okay. Yeah, just through the chair to Councilor McGee. Those are the parcels in question from last week or from last month's meeting. This is a petition to make the vote that we took an 11-1 debacle. That was only Councilor Lisi voted for that, if recall, the abutter to that parcel. That was the matter to change a private parcel to a new zone. And that in fact is what Mr. Fitzgerald is complaining about in open meeting law. So it's those exact parcels. On the second one, I'm glad we don't have to take this back. And the second one, they should properly go to DGR. So when we get to that one, because we already had that one in committee. Thank you.
So we're still back with give 8 leave to withdraw if I'm back on the original. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I just make an amendment and suggest we not give leave to withdraw, but refer it to the planning board?
Second.
Yeah, that'd probably be a better request, because it actually, if you look at the top of the letter, it says Miss Eileen Regan, Chairman, City of Holyoke Planning. It's not addressed to us, so I'm not sure if it was not supposed to, as was stated, it wasn't supposed to come to us. So we could just refer it to the planning board, where it should be addressed to.
All right, so moved.
All right, so the motion is to take item 8 and refer it over to the Holyoke Planning Board.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Item 9 is addressed to the City Council, and this is a letter regarding 500 East Hampton Road, parcel ID, which is what I said, 213-00003, request for a special permit reinstatement and extension. This would go to DGNR.
DGR, please. Yeah.
Second.
So it's received to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Mr. President, I think Ms. Bissis wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Council. Just for clarification purposes, this permit was previously issued by the City Council back in 2018. Because of COVID, obviously construction wasn't able to proceed as planned and additional permitting wasn't able to be secured. Local ordinance indicates that special permits are valid for 2 years. However, state laws indicate that they are valid for 3 years. We did go back and forth with legal and with the clerk, and we're just seeking clarification on whether we can get a 1-year extension to allow this permit and for us to continue to permit with planning, just for purposes of clarification. So this was already approved, not with much change. I'm just making sure the special permit was still going to be valid so we can file with planning within the next 30 days and keep this project going.
Mr. President?
Yes, Councilor Bartley.
So I think we should do either motion reconsider or a motion to amend the prior motion, because we're certainly going to want to refer it to DGR, but we're going to want to refer to get a legal opinion sent to DGR as well prior to this, prior to us taking it up. So could I just make that motion now, Mr. President?
Yeah, motion to reconsider item 9.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. So a motion to refer this to DGR, copy to legal for a legal opinion relative to the questions that Ms. Bitsis just raised.
Second.
Motion is to receive, refer to DGNR, but a copy to the legal department to get an opinion prior to the meeting on this issue. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Is there anything else? Sophia from, okay.
Nope, I think we're all set. Thank you for your time tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yep, bye-bye.
Next is item 10.
Motion to spend, take 10, 11 as a package.
Motion is to take up as
motion to
package.
receive.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion is take them up, and it's for minutes of meetings. It's the Fire Commission and Park and Rec.
Motion
is
received.
to receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, next is petitions. Petition for a new secondhand license at 241 Main Street.
Motion to refer to ordinance.
The motion is to send to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 13 is a special permit for a driveway in the front
Motion
yard.
refer to DGR.
All right, so at 921 Dwight Street, that's the DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Mr. President, I do believe that the secondhand licenses traditionally go to finance in that ordinance.
Oh, motion reconsider.
Second.
Oh, that's right. So secondhand license to finance. So reconsider 12 and send to finance and not ordinance.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So to finance on 12. President's report. There are a few things. I will try and be quick. First is, for some of you who may know, hopefully all of you, Ryan Allen, our city administrator, is going to be leaving us. He is moving on to a new job at DPW. Congratulations, Ryan, and thank you for everything that you've done.
Congratulations.
Thank you. With that, we're going to be posting that position. We have been talking with the Hector at personnel. One question that has come up is on the education. When reading the job description, it's kind of vague. I didn't know from prior if there was anything different on that, so I just bring it up in discussion. We might want to send it to committee to do a final job description or post as is. I'll leave it up to will of the body. We have to kind of move a little quickly here because Ryan will be leaving in a few weeks, of which I did speak with Mike McManus. He has been very nice and generous to us in the sense that he will allow Ryan to work in the morning, but when doing city council stuff, he'll allow him to come in the other half of the day to do our work until we fill that position and transition smoothly and not be stuck. So I want to thank Mike McManus for helping us with that. So if you want, I can post it as is.
Just
yeah, go ahead. I knew someone was going to ask that, and I don't have my phone up.
Todd, if I could, just through the chair, I mean,
go ahead.
First of all, congratulations, Ryan. I think this is the best move for you. Time to get out. Having 13 bosses is not an easy task. So I commend you in doing this, and you did a great job. So Todd, I think you as serving as president, or if you wanted to appoint a designee to go over with Hector at the, want to go over the job posting, I don't think you need 13 different opinions on it.
Yeah, I agree. I just trying to bring it up. It says a bachelor's degree in government, political science, public administration, business economics, or related field is required. 2 years of consultant service / research experience, a minimum of 3 years administrative assistance research, legislative affairs, or finance experience in a related setting is required. Knowledge of working with city government, ordinances, state laws, procurements is preferred. So a bachelor's degree, I think it's sufficient, but I just want to make sure.
If I still have the floor, I would actually take some of that, if not all of that, out. Maybe just keep the bachelor's degree, because people graduating with a liberal arts degree could do this position. For the most part, I don't want to insult it, but it's kind of like an entry-level position, and I'm glad that Ryan's moving up and out.
Did I see another hand? Did someone raise their hand? Councilor Lisi.
Thanks. When we created...
She's on mute.
You're on mute. Sorry.
I muted myself. Sorry. When we created the city administrative assistant position, city council administrative assistant position, moving from the city messenger position, we had always envisioned it as somebody who would actually be able to do research for the different committees. And so we wanted to make sure that the minimum qualifications were an understanding of politics, public policy, and legislation, so that you could ask for help, researching who else is doing this in neighboring towns or in cities of similar sizes. And the Mass Municipal Association does provide a lot of those resources, and I think we had always envisioned this as something that would be quite a bit more professionalized. I think that it received a huge salary increase from the city messenger position that it was once. A lot of the responsibilities in terms of building maintenance and things that would be outside of the more, I guess, clerical and research focused aspects were removed from the position because we really wanted someone to be in this position that would help us do research and you know, generate some information on behalf of the committee. So I think that it's good to have all those sort of requirements in there.
Mr. President?
It says preferences. There's a requirement, and then there's preferences for higher level skills.
All right, Councilor Graney.
Mr. President, you don't need 13 different opinions. Why don't you just use your own discretion and post the position, and we'll deal with it when the applicants do apply, okay? Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing further, the only other comment was a residence requirement, but that's by charter, so that's going to have to stay because there's not going to be a charter change to it. So with that, we'll have the position posted tomorrow. I'll speak with Hector again. And once again to Ryan, thank you very much for what you have done, what you'll continue to do until the position is full. We truly appreciate you working with us and your service, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck.
Hear, hear.
Thank
you very much, Todd. Thank you, and thank you for everyone else for your kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I did get an email from Devin Sheehan and from Mike Mayardi about the census, trying to alert everybody. And I know Councilor Leahy was helping out too, trying to alert everyone about the census and making sure that it's filled out. I guess we're a little low on the turnout. So if we can, you know, social media it and everything else, please inform people about, you know, responding to the census, making sure that they are counted, especially as the money comes back towards us in order to do that. Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Can't we do a robocall? Like, what's that called? The system that
we do have that. We have the robocall system. We do.
I think that would be a good idea to send out a message to all the, you know, the people in the city. Let them know.
I think we can file an order for that, or I mean, we can just request it. I'll call the mayor's office tomorrow and see if they can do that. Oh, Alex just put his thumb up. So Alex, if you can do that. So that, anyone else? All right. I did tell you about Councilor Tallman. I did tell you about Councilor Bon Martinez. The chambers, when we do go back at some point, been working with Mike McManus. They're going to put a new rug in. So that'll be going in. I'm not picking it. I've delegated that duty elsewhere because, as you all know, I'm colorblind, so it would not be fair to have you walk into what I picked.
Not to interrupt you, but why are we going through a carpet or a rug? You know, with the amount of you know, people with allergies and asthma, you know, I think a carpet or rug is just it's a big mistake for that building.
And they're going to look at the floor first, but I think based on the way the floor was from talking with Mike, and I'll confirm it again, it doesn't have the nice hardwood floor underneath that you could, you know, stand and do.
We've been redoing City Hall to make it, you know, as precious as it should be. This is the time that we should be redoing that room.
Also on the update is the monitors. I was talking with Scott McPherson, hopefully I said it right, from Hoyok Media. McPherson, sorry. Yep. They're going to be doing the wiring over for the microphones as well as trying to get those monitors in. And they're also looking into the software for doing our note taking. So with Ryan leaving, I'm not sure if the new person, if hired, will be able to have that, you know, capacity. So software can, you know, do the transcription of the notes for us. We're waiting for a feedback on that. I did tell you about the West Nile virus, or at least Sean did. Taxpayers Association, this Thursday, 9 a.m. is their annual meeting. It's on Zoom. I think Ryan has sent that to you, so has Helene. And then finally, last but not least, the clerk's office, the clerk and the office, their entire staff, the volunteers, the poll workers, great job on the election. It's just a phenomenal job with what they were able to do with all those mail-ins and new rules that were imposed upon them. So I wanted to thank them for everything that they did. That is it. Did I miss anything? Anything that I may have missed in the time we're away?
Were they not installing plexiglass in the city council as well?
There is no plexiglass at this time in the chamber.
I mean, I know I had a communication with Sean the other day, and I guess he was talking to somebody about installing it after the carpet issue was resolved.
I'll follow up with Sean on that. I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
But I'll call Sean. Anyone else? Seeing none, reports of committee. Ordinance 14A. Committee on Ordinance was referred a special permit application for Buddha Brothers LLC, marijuana manufacturing establishment, MME, at 602-606 Main Street with the following conditions. Let's see here. One, that the owner of the building always pay commercial property taxes to the extent allowed by federal, state, and local law for the duration of the special permit. That the business retain a minimum of 30% of Holyoke residents for non-security jobs. That hiring preference be given to security personnel that are retired Holyoke police officers or retained members of another police department who now live in the city of Holyoke. There shall be no marijuana consumption to be allowed on site. There shall be no deliveries to retail or medical marijuana from, it should be from, it says Rome, from the site to individual homes, residences, or people. That the hours of operation, that's another typo, be in compliance with the city ordinances, and that recommendations from the Office of Planning and Economic Development and the city engineer be complied with.
If you don't mind, I'd like to suspend the rules and take up 14B with 14A. They're both special permits for MME marijuana manufacturing establishments. They are two different applicants, two different locations. If anyone objects, of course, we don't have to take them up as a package, but they generally have the same sorts of conditions and are applying for the same sort of use.
All right, so motion is suspend the rules, take up 14B as well. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 14B is the Committee on Ordinance to refer a special permit for Exotica Farm LLC to establish a marijuana manufacturing establishment, MME, at 5 Appleton Street.
The first
also
conditions are
recommend
the
that be
same.
done. And the conditions are, well,
The same
actually,
six.
condition 6, hours of operation, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Sunday, which might be in accordance to,
It is the ordinance, yes.
yeah, it is the ordinance. It's just written differently between the two. So
And number
with that,
7
Counselor-
and number 7 is different for Exotica, which is that the condition of the foundation is satisfactory to the building commissioner.
All right, so with that, I'll turn it over to Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. We continue to see a lot of applications for marijuana manufacturing coming through to the city, which is really that some other cities are seeing right now. But I do think that it is a more long-term solution for not only the old mill buildings in the downtown where a lot of these businesses are coming in, but I think that the big plan in the long run is going to be more sustainable at the manufacturing end rather than the retail end. And those that can manufacture their own products are going to be able to be more successful in the marijuana sort of industry for the long term. So I'm really happy to see that specifically marijuana manufacturing is coming into the city. The Buddha Brothers have been before us before. They are presently operating at 604 Main Street, and now they're looking to expand onto either side and complete the 602 through 604 setup. They are seeking now to begin to manufacture their own product. We have seen them moving forward in a really positive direction on their present project, and they have already been approved for the manufacturing license at the state level. So they want to keep on expanding here. Coming up in a few weeks, if not the next month, they also are looking at another location that's presently in committee. So this is a really energetic and thriving business that we hope will do well. The expansion of the retail business into manufacturing at this location requires very sort of minimal, changes. They're not doing a lot of structural work, and so it's really about moving forward with the plans that have been approved by the planning department that are in compliance with our ordinances, and then setting the conditions that we've been putting forth with everyone along the way. For 14B, we're looking at Exotica Farms at 5 Appleton Street. Folks may remember the 5 Appleton Street address from when Positronic Farms and Holyoke Gardens was before us. It's a big building with a lot of work that needs to be done to it, and Exotica seems to have gone back and forth with the planning department on their plans a number of times. They are doing quite a bit of structural work on the property, and we want to see them move ahead because they do have a lot of work to do. And I think that we set forth some of the conditions here to make sure that the building is going to be deemed safe and sound as they move forward. I'll let any other member of the committee or council speak on these issues, but yeah, they're both manufacturing licenses, special permits, and we're excited about the sort of attention that manufacturing is getting in the city.
I see no hand. Anyone further with regards to?
We have two hands up, Murphy and Sullivan.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, just first of all, again, thank you for putting a good meeting together. We've got Buddha Brothers on Main Street. They are not currently in operation. They've been approved for the first 2 portions, and this portion is the cultivation, which will be at 606. So they are not currently operational, but they are. The other parts have been approved, and they're just waiting to get the final piece. And the other aspect, they are looking to do another major operation on 90 Sergeant Street, and there were some concerns with one of the neighbors on Commercial Street. And if anybody is interested, we are having a meeting there tomorrow at 2 o'clock at 90 Sergeant Street with them to go over their plans, to go over the parking concerns and other things. Thank you.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to make an amendment that we strike number 7 from the Exotica Farms and just make it the exact same as all the rest of them. I've had conversations with both the building commissioner and the water department manager, and there never was any damage to the foundation. That was a mistake made in the initial assessment of the building back with the previous owner when the water main burst. The water main that burst was nowhere near the foundation. It flowed over 100 yards around the side of the building and came down along the railroad tracks. All the work, and I believe also that the water department manager, Dave Conti, also has confirmed all this, and he told me he was sending a letter to that effect. Not only was the main, which did not affect the foundation at all, replaced, it was replaced in such a way that no damage could ever be done in the future. And without getting into a lot of details about looped systems and 1911 fire codes, they also at their expense installed several fire hydrants, new mains, and rerouted other ones that were on city property at their expense. So there's no reason for that to be in there whatsoever.
Second that.
So motion is to remove condition number 7 from 14B. That was seconded. Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I was not present at the meeting where this was wrapped up, but I believe that the it wasn't that we wanted the foundation to be satisfactory to the building commissioner so much as there was we wanted documentation from GZA, which is what their architect, and that they have an enforcement order that work be completed with a timeline, so that they provide a timeline for work completion. Was that provided at the meeting? That was the thing that we were looking for.
Yeah, they provided it. They were going to do it by October 31st.
Okay, I mean, then I do believe that the 7th condition may not be in order, but for those of you that were at the meeting that night, would you want to speak to the thought behind that?
I have my hand up.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. We were provided with documentation at that meeting, so this number 7 is not needed any longer.
Anyone else? All right, so the motion, and it was seconded, is to remove item number 7. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? So for 14B, it's items 1 through 6, as they're read into the record. Councilor Lisi, back to you.
Motion to pass the first reading.
Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And motion that the passage be ordained. And again, this is for A and B as a package now.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for A and B.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Yes.
Leahy, Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
He's on mute. I'm here for you, Joe.
Thank you. Yes, sorry.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
We are vote, you're approved A and B. 14C, Committee on Ordinances referred in order that no parking signs be added on Cherry Street between Dale Street intersection and the next no parking sign as you travel towards Maple Crest Apartments. Recommended that the City Council adopt the recommendation of the city engineer.
Motion to, I'm going to actually suspend the necessary rules and take up C, D, E, and F. Sorry, no, C, D, and E.
Motion to suspend the rules, take up C, D, and E as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? D is the Committee on Ordinances referred in order that in order to assure efficient trucking, docking, no parking be allowed on the west side of Boulay Street at the intersection of Stebbins Street and northerly corner point 30 feet further north. Recommend that the City Council adopt the recommendation of the city engineer. 14E is the Committee on Ordinances referred in order that the city engineer provide a recommendation to the Ordinance Committee for a minimum buffer from which vehicles can park near city crosswalks. And it's got the measurements. Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So these are all amendments to the traffic ordinance per the recommendation of our city engineer. I'll first motion that we adopt the first reading, that we pass the first reading.
Motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. No other discussion? All right, I'll say something. I didn't know if you had the ayes. I didn't know if you had the ayes yet. No, I already did that, but yeah, we're taking it up as a package. So over to you on first reading.
Okay, thanks. So the first reading was filed by Councilor Bacon, I believe, that a no parking sign be added to Cherry Street between Dale, and this was to mitigate the traffic off of the Maple Crest Apartments. And the city engineer said that there was no problem in doing that. The second one was, this is to create more efficient truck docking for some of the new businesses coming in on Boulay Street. And this is this was filed by Councilor Murphy. And then finally, that there was, we in the city have never had a buffer for crosswalks. And often, you know, the cars are parked too close to the crosswalks and they provide some line of sight distance issues for cars seeing pedestrians and vice versa. I think that this was filed by Councilor Bartley in particular. And what the committee went with, the engineer provided 2 different options, but what the committee went with is that we recommend a minimum 20-foot separation distance at all mid-block crosswalks to create more of a line of sight distance for pedestrians crossing in the middle of the road, because cars are not always anticipating crosswalks or pedestrians in the middle of the road, whereas on the corners, when there's a crosswalk at the corner, there would be 10 feet of a buffer on either side of the existing intersections. And what we would do is essentially anytime a crosswalk is either reconstructed or made new, we would ask for these sort of buffers to be implemented. Otherwise, everything else is going to sort of stay the same until there are updates to those crosswalks that are currently on the books. And I'll let any of the makers speak additionally to the orders and any of the issues that merit discussion.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. Relative to item 14C and the parking, this was in response to constituent issues with noise and illegal activities in front of their homes that are across from the apartment complex. And so they were seeking to have the no parking run the whole length of the street, because there's also safety issues on that street. It would be good if we had more enforcement, but this will at least then make it enforceable to improve quality of life issues in that area. Thank you.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, thank you. And this is relative to 14E. I'm pretty proud of this. So it's something in particular that we wanted to see passed for a period of time. And I don't know why I didn't file it till so late, but I'm glad the chair took it up, and I'm glad we got it. Looks like we're going to pass it tonight. And this is going to make this quality life and in terms of public safety, especially for our beloved seniors over at Elmwood Towers and elsewhere, and for everyone. You just can't imagine how hard it is to just across the street when cars are, you're walking a third of the way into the street before you can even see beyond the cars. And so we're going to get this turned around immediately at Elmwood Towers on South Street, and then this will really help public safety across the city going forward. So I'm very proud of this. Thank you.
Anyone further? Let's see hands. All right, so motion is to pass the first reading for C, D, and E. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Oh, Councilor Lacey's reconnecting. There we
Sorry
go.
about that.
We passed the first reading off to the...
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
And motion that the passages be ordained.
Motion is that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for C, D, and E.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you approve those three. 14F.
Motion to receive and adopt committee report.
Motion to receive and adopt. This is Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the DPW install raised crosswalks at Pleasant Street, on Pleasant Street at the following locations: Harvard Street, Radcliffe, and Montgomery. Recommend that's been complied with. So motion is that's complied with. Under discussion.
Thank you. So this motion that it be complied with is just that we brought it up for discussion. What we found in conversation with the city engineer is that they're very cost prohibitive to put in the raised crosswalks. And usually when we do put in raised crosswalks, there's number one, general road reconstruction going on that makes it more sort of economic to put the raised crosswalks in. Our city engineer is actually a fan and advocate of the raised crosswalks. but they cost a lot of money. So he would only sort of endorse them alongside or in relation to some other sort of traffic or road construction project that's happening in. Additionally, for them to be effective, there needs to be several sort of raised crosswalks in a row to, you know, diminish the, I guess there's a habit of speeding up to the crosswalk and then slowing down to just go over and then speeding up again. And so in terms of like a traffic calming perspective, he doesn't believe that the crosswalks at these specific locations would actually create the calming that would be desired in that area. So it's the motion or the order to install those raised crosswalks was not recommended, and we are just saying that it was complied with because we brought it before the engineer and are adopting his recommendation.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, we had a good meeting, and I have filed an order tonight, and I'm asking all, and I'm hoping that we send it to the Public Safety Committee, that all councilors take a look at areas that they think raised sidewalks might work, and that we would try to create a list. I mean, there are ways we can do it, and the city engineer indicated some things that he would want to have. I think if we put together a list, there's a potential that we can take care of improving safety in a lot of areas. We heard about O'Connor Avenue in the public comment. And there's certainly more areas. I know West Franklin Street is another area that Juan Anderson Burgos has to worry about. I've got Main Street to worry about. So I'm hoping that, and I'm going to have a meeting on September 30th, and I would hope that you all send me where you would like to have raised sidewalks, and then we can try to get a review from the city engineer on all of them. And yes, they're costly, but if we need to, in order to provide safety, we have a potential to maybe borrow some money and pay some of this back on some of the Chapter 90 money, which I know is one of their concerns. We don't have to take all of it, but if we got some work done and we're able to do 4, 5, 6 streets and make them much safer, I think every neighborhood would be happy to have them.
Councilor Bacon, your hand's up.
I'm all set, thank you.
Oh, okay. So this has been complied with. Councilor Lisi?
Yeah, and I just wanted to articulate this point that Councilor Murphy's making. Like, so we could sort of like, you know, along with the Parks Department or some other departments, you know, reconstruct a park area or a playground, and then we could sort of do street improvements around that sort of project. So, you know, the raised sidewalks on their own doesn't make a lot of sense, but if we could tie them into other improvement projects, then there's a way to move forward in an efficient and economic manner. On the motion, thank you.
All right, so motion is that it's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Mr. President?
Yep. Councilor Murphy?
Could I know that was the last item, but there should have been one more item coming out of Ordinance Committee about the handicap parking at 24 Hamden Street.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that.
If we could pull that out of committee, I went by there again today, and you could not see the sign until you got right past it. So if we could pull that out of committee and make sure that the work gets done the way we talked about getting it done. This person's been patient, but she's had to call me 3 or 4 times. I know, you know, she moved from South Summer Street and got a handicap lit at Hamden Street, and she's just having a hard time where she's not being deprived of that spot.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Can we give Ryan a minute to find it and move on in the agenda and then come back to it so that it could go, it could come
I'd be fine with that as long as we take it up.
All right, so Ryan, can you pull up 24 Hamden Street handicap placard sign, correct, Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, it was an attempt to move the placard sign because where it is right now is not visible.
All right.
So, yeah, I'll do that. And I'll talk to Rebecca off the wire, but I'll get that order for you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll come back to that. Councilor, just remind us. With that, back to Finance. 15A, Committee on Finance was referred in order that in accordance with Mass General Law, 44, Section 53A, the City Council hereby accept the revisions of the Canal System Industrial Area Grant. Recommended that the order be adopted.
Mr. President,
Yep.
on the recommendation, I believe it needs to be corrected.
Okay.
The committee vote was 3-1 and 1 excuse to deny.
So recommended that the order be denied.
That was the recommendation of the committee.
Okay, I'm just marking it. All right, so motion would be to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I agree with the motion because we can vote yes or no, whichever way we feel that with the final vote. I was the minority report, I guess, but I was the minority vote on the committee. But I'll give a complete report, and then of course ask all members of the Finance Committee to chime in with their reasons. First of all, the grant itself is $12,500. It's from the Mass Historic Commission. It does require a 1-to-1 match. You may be familiar with the Canal Systems Industrial Area. We've used this mass historical money before for the purposes of doing surveys on historical property, complementing the area known as the Canal Systems and the industrial area itself. The discussion in committee led to some controversy over where the match was coming from. We had Marcus Marrero with us that evening, along with Ben Murphy. I think Ben is with us this evening also. And the match was noted to be coming from block grant monies. At the time, that's what we were told. We've since learned that it is true, but that it would be $6,000 from this year's block grant and $6,000 to $7,000 from prior year fiscal 2018 of unspent monies. These dollars have been okayed by the mayor. The mayor has the sole approval authority of block grant monies, and they have been okayed. So the match is there, the $12,500. It's an ongoing survey, historical survey type things that complements this area. And speaking for myself, but I'm also speaking for the committee. 3 members voted to deny. I voted to accept.
Councilor Bartley.
Thank you. Yeah, I voted to deny it in committee, but we had some additional information sent to us by CDBG, and I appreciate that. And earlier today, I heard from a commission member for whom I have tremendous respect, and in speaking with that member and hearing some other things, I'm going to be in support of this for tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone? Councilor Sullivan, then Councilor Leahy.
Yep. The $12,500 grant from the Mass Historic Commission. I mean, that's great, but right now to be using CDBG money, all right, regardless of whether it came from a prior year or from this year, on another survey will accomplish absolutely nothing when we have previous surveys with dozens and dozens of properties for which we don't have any funds available. These funds should be used for the existing projects we have that we haven't been able to do anything with. Projects like Scotts Tower, projects like the train station, projects like the Armory. You can go on and on the list of dozens of other buildings, including the City Hall, all right, which does not get the proper treatment it deserves on an annual basis. We're still struggling just to do the windows, never mind all the other aging problems we have with the landmark structure of the entire city to be spending precious CDBG money now to get a grant for another survey. These funds are very limited, and we're not getting the bang for the buck already. We don't have enough to handle what's on our plate already without knowing more about what we can't handle. All right, that's number one. I'll let it go at that. All right, it's just there's too many things that need to be addressed now. Well, no, I will take it one step further. As far as it being able to open the door for tax credits for other buildings, we're sitting now for 10 years, longer than 10 years, waiting for enough tax credits for the Victory Theater. We're waiting for enough tax credits for the Hart Wool building, all right? So this opens the door for more buildings just to fall down and crumble while we wait for more tax credits to come in, but waste the dollars that we need in CDBG to take care of the existing inventory we already have.
Councilor Leahy.
Yes, Councilor Sullivan just hit the nail on the head. This is money coming out of CDBG. It's a matching grant. It's one thing if it wasn't a matching grant, then we'd all be in favor. But this is money taking out of the CBD. I referenced our own city council chambers and how, I hate to say it, but how it looks like in shambles. We need to fix the mirrors on the wall. The paint is chipping. It's been chipping for 20 something years. You said that the carpet's going to get replaced. A carpet is a poor decision. You know, the city hall is just, you know, we're talking about, you know, asthma rates. We're talking about people that have, you know, allergies. It's becoming a cesspool with carpeting. I just don't understand that at all. That money should be utilized for the buildings that we have now, and it should be utilized for what we have underneath our umbrella now, not to do another survey.
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney.
Councilor Sullivan's being very generous with 10 years. Some of these projects haven't received tax credits for 20 and 30 years. Thank you.
Councilor McGarrett.
Thank you. I'd just like to reiterate, I'll be voting in favor of this. It's a Mass Historic grant, which I have a lot of respect for, and the way it's been used in the past has produced some good material for us to use in terms of the future itself. I respect the councilors' opinions, but when you take $12,500 to get $12,500, it becomes $25,000 worth of work. And I think that's worth it. You heard earlier our speakers from the city's historic commission speak in favor of this. I agree with them, and I ask everyone to consider voting in favor.
All right. So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion is to pass. Is there a motion to pass the second reading? Peter's not here.
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. Now, just to remind people, the recommendation was that the order be denied. So if you vote yes, you're voting to deny the grant. If you vote yes, if you vote no, you're voting for the grant. I know it's backwards, but that's how it came out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone has a question? All right. All right. So the clerk will call the roll. Joe,
Mr. President, I understand your explanation, but I think the reason we worded it to pass the first reading and to pass the second reading was to be able to vote yes in favor and no against. And
well, I'm just reading. The recommendation was that the order be denied.
No, it was. That's yeah. And I clearly, you know, I think I did a report that made that clear. We recommended to deny. Yeah. I think the committee, you know, recommendation would be to vote no against the grant as a recommendation. But yeah, because I think we finally got this right by making the motion to pass the first reading, then pass the second reading, so we can make a simple yes or no decision. But that's my opinion.
That's what I'm saying. It's a yes or no, but I just want to make sure you vote your no or yes correctly, because it's currently.
No, but we're disagreeing there.
Okay.
So what is it going to be?
Well, this is how we've done it in the past, and that's why I wanted to bring clarification before we do the call. Since it was recommended to be denied, if you vote yes, you're voting to deny the grant. If you vote no, you're voting to approve the grant.
That's correct.
So you're going against the recommendation, which is what we've done in the past.
Let's vote.
Okay. Oh, so the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to deny. If you vote no, you're voting for the grant. Hopefully I said that correctly. Clerk is on mute.
Whoa.
Sorry about that. Anderson Burgos?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It was me. Yeah.
Okay, so no, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna vote no, but the no means yes for Joe, right?
Correct. Very correct.
No.
Sorry.
Bartley?
No.
Graney?
Yes.
Fernandez?
No.
Leahy?
Yes for Joe.
Lisi?
No.
McGee?
No.
McGivern?
No, as a double negative, the legal advice I got.
Murphy?
No.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
So this was taken up. So 7 Joe is what you need, right? Because it was taken up at the second time, right? Because it went to committee. So yes, 7. So that would pass. Hopefully we're all on the same page of that. So the grant is accepted. Am I saying that right?
Did you say it was taken up a second time?
What?
Did you rule it was taken up a second time?
Was this taken up the second time because it went to committee and then coming out of committee, or no?
No.
No, so you need 9 votes. Then you need 9 votes.
First time, Todd.
Yeah, no, so you need 9 votes. Correct, Joe? Or
Yep.
Councilor McGivern?
You need 9 votes.
Yeah, you need 9 votes.
Motion to reconsider our actions and table.
Motion is to reconsider and table. It was seconded. There's no debate. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, at least we're catching up on the way it works. Who had a question? I apologize.
Mr. President?
Yeah, Councilor Burgos.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to take out of order items 44, 45, 46, and 63, simply because there were a lot of people that were here to discuss those items, and those items are very, very important. And I would like, before we proceed with our regular work, I'd like to discuss those items and see what we can do.
All right, hold on a second. 42. What were they again, Counselor? Sorry.
Sure, it's 44, 45, 46, and 63.
44, 45, 46.
And just to be clear, did we actually vote on the motion to reconsider and table?
Yes, you did. I said all in favor, all opposed. There's only 1 no that I heard.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
All right, so let's move on.
Tabled. All right. Motion is to proceed out of order and take up items 44, 45, 46, and 63 as a package. That was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
I only hear 2 no's.
No.
3 no's.
No.
Can you repeat the motion?
So motion was to suspend the rules, take up as a package 44, 45, 46, and 63.
I'd like to separate out 63, I think.
So the motion is, second motion is to take out 63 from the package and just take up 44, 45, and 46. Is there a second to that?
Second.
That was seconded. So motions take up 44, 45, and 46. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
I'm in doubt. Show of hands to take it out of order. If you can raise your hand, I can count on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm 6. You need 7 to take it out. I only see 6. Am I missing
I think
someone?
I saw Crystal Barnes' hand up.
4, 5.
Was you trying
1,
to
2,
you're
3,
making a joke, Jimmy.
6. So, all right. So that motion fails.
Take up 63 out of order.
Motion is to suspend the rules, go out of order to 63. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Once again, show of hands to proceed out of order to 63. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you still need 7 to go out of order. That would bring us back to, where were we? 15B. Committee on Finance to refer an order that in accordance with Master Law 44, Section 53A, the City Council hereby accept the provisions of the PVPC CRCC grant and hereby accept the provisions of the grant. Recommend that be adopted.
Make a motion to receive, pass the first reading, and to adopt the committee recommendation.
Second.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Yes, Mr. President, no double negatives here. I'll go quickly, and if there's certainly any questions, we'll be glad to answer them. Our city engineer, Bob Parent, was before us to explain this grant. It's something that we've seen more in the recent past. It's the Pioneer Valley Planning Committee annual disbursement of monies that comes through the federal government, through the state, for the purpose of a number of different CSO projects that have been ongoing in the city. And we share this grant with Chicopee and Springfield, but it's on a mutual division. This is to get us, put us back up close to par. Actually, I think we're over par this year in terms of money. $760,000, no match, is to be used, however, in fiscal year 2021. There's 2 projects that have been singled out. One is the River Terrace project. I think just a reminder, that was the project that will take care of the CSO up there, that we had a major spill not too long ago, in which Suez did take care of that, but the work needs to be done to correct that CSO and to avoid any problems in the past. There's the second project is the Jackson Street CSO, which would be that would be $275,000. River Terrace is about $485,000. These monies come in good times. We are still under the mandate of the Clean Air Water Act of the federal government. Councilor Leahy asked a great question in committee in terms of where we were as far as that mandate goes. The biggest project we've done to date was the separation project, which we saw a number of our CSOs and stormwaters, combined stormwaters, put into a system that where when there's an overflow with rainwater, we can hold it and treat it later before dumping it into the river. However, that was less than 50% of what our mandate actually is. With the money we received the last couple of years and the projects that are currently under place and about to begin, we'll be getting up towards the 65% mark of projects that need to be completed. We've been good with the mandate in terms of the federal government working with us, but that mandate won't go away. So the more we can get done, I think the better off we are. And this money is welcomed. It's a great boost and a good shot in the arm. We recommend that we adopt the grant itself.
Anyone further? Seeing no hands, motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion would be to pass the second reading.
So move.
So move, second.
Clerk will call the roll.
I miss Councilor Tallman.
Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant. No double negatives.
Are you sure? Yes. The answer is yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Greeny?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Lisi?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the grant. 15C, Committee on Finance to refer an order that any transfers from the personal line item overtime require approval by the City Council. I've considered the same. Recommend that the order be referred to Ordinance Committee. So this is just going to Ordinance.
Make a motion that it be adopted and referred. We had a quick discussion, but it needs to be put in ordinance form, and I'm sure the Ordinance Committee is very capable of taking it up.
So motion would be receive and refer to ordinance, or receive and adopt and refer?
We didn't make a recommendation, I don't believe. We just said to refer it.
Yeah,
Return.
so receive and refer to ordinance for 15C.
Yeah.
Counselor Vacan has her hand up. Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to note that this was unanimously supported by the Finance Committee, and I hope that the Chair of Ordinance will take it up promptly because it's an additional accountability step for our budget process. Thank you.
Seeing no discussion, no hands. Motion, Counselor Lacey.
I am a little bit confused about how we are supposed to deal with this as an ordinance with this order.
If I could, Mr. President.
Counselor McGivern.
Fair question, and Counselor Vacan, thank you. We did actually say that we as a committee, we did say we were in favor of the concept of this request. We have an existing ordinance that stops short of what this request is. It was adopted a few years ago. I believe it was one of the sponsors was former President Kevin Jordan, and it was in the past before we adopted the ordinance. You can make department heads with the mayor's approval can make during the course of a fiscal year from the same category, example personnel line item to a personnel line item transfers, as long as it was in the category and they both signed off on it. The mayor couldn't do it by himself and the department head couldn't do it by himself. And they could do that without city council approval. It's a good way not to micromanage government itself. However, we saw abuse to that, and it was pointed out in a number of different areas. And more recently, we've had some concerns about some money that's been transferred in the last couple of years in areas that it goes from, for example, from overtime into a personnel line item, then from the personnel line item into another item itself, and then back to overtime. We'll request to put more money in overtime. So we think if they're gonna shuffle the money that way, we need to know when they're doing it, and we just like to tighten up the ordinance itself.
Okay, so if I may, it's not, this order isn't about specific transfers that are pending. It's about making sure that these line items are included in the ordinance that we've already drafted. Is that a correct read of this order then?
Correct. Yeah, it's just that they would become part of the ordinance and then have to come back to us.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Counselor Vacan.
Yes, I was just going to clarify that it's simply an amendment to the ordinance that I had filed previously. Thank you.
All right, so motion is to receive and refer over to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? (15D) Committee on Finance has referred order that the city tax collector and assessor come before the Finance Committee to discuss the excise tax with regards to United Tractor Trailer and Amazon. Motion that's been complied with.
Make a motion to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion is receive, adopt. Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a good discussion, and this is a good report. As you know, earlier in the year, we had passed a special permit for Amazon's renting the parking lot up at the Holyoke Mall, and the question came up as far as excise tax and was the city receiving excise tax. We were led to believe by a representative of Amazon that wasn't the case, but we found out that's not true. We had our tax collector, Katie Chakowski, before us with Tony DeLude, and we looked over, I believe this is your order, Mr. President, but they provided us with some numbers. United Trust, we received over $51,000 in excise tax. Amazon, we received over $78,000 for about 146 vehicles in excise tax. The one disappointment, and I think we've been told this in the past, was Bay State Medical, who operates a lab out of the old Lang building up off of Balboa Road, off of in that area, are exempt from paying excise tax because it's a hospital use. However, it was good news about Amazon and United Trust, and that there are probably two of the bigger companies that have vehicles that are stored overnight in the city.
Councilor Bartley.
Councilor Leahy has hand up first.
Councilor Leahy.
Thank you, David, for always watching out for me. Todd, you got to pay attention. Come on.
I'm trying.
Just joking. So anyway, so I think earlier in the week or in the prior week before that meeting, Somebody had said that Amazon wasn't paying the excise tax. So of course, everybody was up in arms. And so thankfully at that meeting, we did find out that they are paying the excise tax, which is the right thing to do. And also the tractor trailer company that's there as well, that's providing people with, especially now with this COVID. I was talking to a representative from the company not too long ago. I think it was last week. They're book solid. People are signing up for to learn how to drive a tractor trailer truck, get their CDL, and their first job out of when they get their license, they're going to make a lot of money. This is a great thing for the truck drivers and also their families. It was a very good meeting, and that's it.
All right, Councilor Bartley.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was a good meeting. Joe always wants a good meeting. So I just want to, I hope I'm not speaking incorrectly, Joe, and you can, but if I recall, it wasn't Amazon that was paying the excise. It was a third-party vendor that's paying it. So that's
correct, Councilor Bartley. That's correct.
Okay, so Amazon isn't paying a nickel, but it's employing a lot of people, and they're certainly they've made a lot of improvements to 161 Lower Westfield, and I would imagine that'll be reassessed accordingly. And then just to clarify, the issue that we had in DGR wasn't, if you recall, I want to keep this before us, wasn't the excise tax, so that was mentioned. It was the pretty poor condition of a gateway to the city of Holyoke. Correct. Going up the back road to the mall, where essentially you have a tent, a trailer, and then a porta potty. And welcome to Holyoke. Thank you, Amazon. So that consequently they were. Let me rephrase. We as City Council use the authority that we have under 9.4.2 to limit the duration of the special permit, and that goes to about a year from this month. And so whomever's here, I hope they just stay aware of that and stand. I know the Ward 2 councilor will always be on point in that area, and I look forward to further developments. Hopefully it'll be a little more attractive gateway to the city. Thank you.
Anyone further? And just for the record, Councilor Bartley and I did join a conference call with the representatives from Amazon to gather information, one about the site and fixing it up, as well as the taxes, and that's where we learned about the third-party vendor and how they kind of subcontracted out, but that we were still receiving excise taxes, but it wasn't through the Amazon name itself. So I thank the committee for everything in order to get that information out to everyone. With that, motion is that's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 15E, the Committee on Finance was referred in order that the Finance Committee invite in Park and Rec Director Terry Shepard and Mrs. Farrader to discuss the community field developments. Recommended that the order be complied with.
Motion to receive, adopt the committee report that the order was complied with.
Motion is to receive, adopt, and that was complied with. Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did have Terry Shepard in with Lori Farrader. This became a very feel-good discussion about what's going on at Community Field. I think I'll turn it over a second, I believe, if he wants. This was originally Councilor Anderson Burgos' order itself as the Ward 6 councilor. What Terry Shepard told us and Lori told us is that Mrs. Farrader lost a grandmother, sadly. In the memory of her grandmother, she started a fundraising effort to build a tot lot.
Toddler.
No.
Granddaughter.
Oh, Joe. No.
Granddaughter, Joe.
Granddaughter.
I say granddaughter.
Grandmother.
Grandmother.
Don't you love these Zoom meetings?
Okay, I apologize to Mrs. Farrader, to everyone, but it is a fundraising to build a tot lot in her memory. It's about a 500 square foot proposal. Our city engineers helped design it. They've worked close with the Parks and Rec Commission, what we have for a Parks and Rec Commission at the moment, and work close with the Parks Department itself. This would be, once the money is raised, something that would be known, and they hope to name it as Harper's House, if I'm correct. I'll let the rest of the committee help to make sure I'm correct. But the order asks us to have that conversation, and we did, and the committee just recommends that the order was complied with.
Councilor Anderson Burgos, or no? Okay. Councilor Leahy.
I'm looking forward to this. I really am, as I'm sure her grandmother is. Thank you.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. As was said by Laura at the meeting, she was my first babysitter over at 22 Columbus Ave. She lived up the street in Hillside Ave. That's going back 46 now, so a little while ago. She is a wonderful person. She comes from a wonderful family, and she had wonderful neighbors. And it's very unfortunate what had happened, but the fact that she wants to pull together and she wants to do this, it just speaks so much of her personality and the way she is. As Terry said during the meeting, this isn't something that the city actually has to do. She just wanted to educate us and let us know what's happening out there. I certainly will do anything I can to help her out. As I said at the meeting, I can't wait to be there the day that she cuts the ribbon, because it's truly going to be a remarkable day.
Councilor Bartley.
Just a small correction. I believe it's called Harper's Haven.
It is.
Yeah. All right. So
Derek could read his writing, he would have said that.
So motion is that it's been complied with. All those
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Public Safety Committee, there was none. Public Service Committee, there was none. DGNR.
Yeah, Mr. President, can we take 18A, B, C, and D as a package?
Second.
Motion is suspend the rules, take up A, B, C, and D. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Can I
opposed?
motion for just an abridged reading, please?
Okay.
Second.
So bridge reading, all those in favor, all those opposed. Here we go. DGNR, whom was referred in order that Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, the Ohio Code of Ordinances, that the City Council declare 107 Clemente Street as surplus. B is Code of Ordinances that the City Council declare 415 Main Street as surplus property. C is 415 or 417 Main Street as surplus property. D is for 525 Pleasant Street as surplus property.
So the motion's to receive, adopt the committee report, and declare those properties surplus.
Motion is receive, adopt, declare as surplus. Under discussion, Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, so we do this a lot. Just to remind the committee, it's when we declare surplus, we need 2/3 votes. When we dispose of the property, it's a straight majority. And I hope you've all had a chance to read this. This is something we kind of do pro forma. I don't think there's really much controversy for any of these. We heard from Marcos and John Dijek, and we're just looking to market these. And if there's any counselors, in particular ward counselors, who want to refer to a specific lot, I'll defer to them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for A, B, C, and D to declare as surplus.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez. Hernandez. Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas.
For your vote, you approve the declaring of surplus. 18E, Committee on DGNR, who is referred in order that the city begin to find ways to address the appearance of High Street with the blighted buildings and other open space abandonment, as this has been a constituent request. Recommend that's been complied with.
Yeah, motion receive and adopt the committee report, please.
Motion is
Second.
receive, adopt. Under discussion.
Well, yeah, thank you. We had a really good discussion on this when we met in committee on September 3rd, and this is filed by the Ward 1 counselor who's not with us tonight. I'm almost loath to move it out, but she indicated she just wanted to move this along and to file follow-up orders. I don't want to belabor it too terribly much, but we had a discussion with Marcus Marrero. He went through what he feels are the 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3 of High Street. I mean, I was there to really listen and not to give much pushback. I think everybody who travels High Street can have his or her own take on the appearance thereof. I'm glad that that this is before us. I hope to have more orders filed and hear more from OPED and the mayor's office on what it is they intend to do on the at least the 2/3 of High Street that the OPED felt were lacking. Thank you.
Any further discussion? This is motion that's already been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 18F, the Committee on DGNR who was referred in order that the Director of Planning and Economic Development meet with the DGNR committee to discuss the future of the Armory building site. Does the city have any offer or reputable offers for the building which can be implemented to the next couple of years? If not, would the demolition of the remaining structure create an opportunity for construction of several new homes at the intersection? Motion that's been complied with.
Motion to receive, adopt, committee report.
Motion to receive, adopt the committee report under discussion.
Yeah, Councilor Murphy filed this order. Really important order, I think, and the numbers, Mr. President, are really off the wall to do anything with this. I mean, the OPED director even admitted during an inspection that one of the inspectors fell through the floor. It's a miracle he wasn't hurt and sued the city. So he's an engineer actually, and he had to be extracted from the basement. This is. I mean, I think what we heard is that there really aren't too many choices before us from a financial perspective, and so I'd really rather refer this to the maker of the order. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman. I took some interesting notes. $675,000 to do some work over 4 weeks, I believe, to provide a temporary shoring up of the building. And then in order to do some things, if we were to do, and originally they were talking apartment housing, they were talking another $4 to $5 million of investment, some kind of commercial, another $5 or $6 million of investment. And if it was I think a farmer's market, they were talking another $400,000 investment. I mean, I really, and I would encourage OPED, the mayor, city council to realize, I mean, if we were ever going to save the Armory, we should have been saving it way before the gym part fell down. Once that fell down, we had a chance maybe for some community type things, but we need to move on this. I think we have a chance to stabilize the neighborhood. If we were going to spend $675,000 to shore up the building, we had estimates of $100,000 to $150,000 to demolish it, which would leave us another $500,000 to maybe build a couple of houses and maybe provide some housing opportunities and tax-paying properties on that. And again, if we went to the $1 million for the farmers market, we could probably do another three or four total housing. So I really want to encourage the mayor, and I want to encourage the OPED and the city council to say, look, we've been waiting a long time. We really haven't come up with a viable option. The expense, just shore it up, is phenomenal, and it's time to move and say, look, we the Armory had its day, and its day is over, but let's make it a good, functional neighborhood corner with some good housing for people to live in and provide some stability across the street from the senior center and across the street from all the housing that is right there. Thank you.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to also mention, not only did the engineer go through the floor, so did our city demolition supervisor, and they both had to be extracted from the building by the fire department. And just, you know, I really want to commend the work that our historic commission did. I know they're disappointed in our previous vote tonight, but this is a classic example of why we really need to pay attention to how we are programming CDBG monies. If this had been given the attention it needed years ago, we wouldn't have been in this situation today. And it's what we have to do to avoid situations in the future, like the Armory. We have to take the existing inventory we got and start targeting some of this money at specific projects and not spreading it out over so many things that we just don't have anything left to take care of the very necessities. That's it.
Anyone further? Seeing no hands, motion is that it has been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 19, there's no charter and rules. 20, no joint city council and school committee. On to motions, orders, and resolutions. 21 is from Councilor McGee that the DPW remove the tree in front of 111 Dartmouth and repair the raised sidewalk. It should also say 111 and 113, so I'd make a motion to add the 113.
So moved.
All those in favor? All those opposed? So motion is to remove the tree, it's actually trees at 111 and 113. The sidewalk on both those areas are raised. And I did send pictures to Mike on it. So I'd say receive, adopt, and send to DPW.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 22 is that the DPW remove the tree in front of 58 Magnolia.
Make a motion to receive, adopt, send to the forester through Mike McManus's office. And if I could also have my name put on that, because I was thinking, Todd, I was going through my Christmas card list and I was trying to think, where in Ward 7 is that? I really had a hard time thinking. I mean, Magnolia and Ward 7, it just didn't make any sense to me.
A former 6, Jim, I never left. 6 is where I come from.
Me too.
But yeah, to me, I did speak with the ward counselor. Send this one to public safety just to make sure on the measurements. They want to take a look at the measurements. So motion will be received, copy to DPW, and copy and then to public safety to make sure on the measurements.
And also add Leahy.
And also add Leahy, please.
And Juan.
And Councilor Anderson Burgos. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 23 is from Councilor McGee that the DGNR committee invite in David, I'm not going to butcher that, Vice President of the Business Development to discuss Mount St. Vincent Eye Care Health Network. Everyone should have gotten the communications from Ryan about Dan Keenan and the updates as to what's going on with Mount St. Vincent's. Dave has reached out asking that he come in to give the full council all the information that they would need. So refer them to DGNR to do that. So send it to DGNR.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 24.
President, make a motion to suspend the rules to take 24 and 25 as a package and
Second.
tonight.
Motion is to take up 24 and 25 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion would be to receive, adopt, pass the first reading under discussion. Councilor McGivern.
This is our, it seems like every meeting vote for the money that's being transferred from line items for salaries to injured on duty line items, just for accounting purposes when a public safety officer goes down for even if it's a short period of time.
So for the first one, it's 3. For the second one, it's
3. Okay.
6. If I count that right. Yeah, 6. So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion is to pass the second reading.
Second.
Second. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 24 and 25.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley. Bartley.
I voted yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve those two. On to 26.
Mr. President, I make a motion to suspend the rules to take up items 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. And refer to
Second.
the Committee on
Second.
Finance. with the
Motion to
immediate
suspend the
reading.
rules. Take up 26 to 31 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 26 is a transfer from Assistant Treasurer, 8,500 to Professional Services. 27 is it's a grant. So Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness, or MVP Action Grant. 28 is a transfer from a couple line items to then quite a few line items of 12,514. 29 is from two items, which is parking control officer, and then looks like maintenance, to several other areas of motor equipment and so on, for 21,282. Park maintenance is 30 of 5,027, then going to other areas. 31 is for $10,000 to go to temp seasonal. All those to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Mr. President,
Yes.
items number 34 to 42, they're all going to committee. Can we just send them to committee without any discussion?
Hold on a second. Let me get there. Hold on. Catch up on the paperwork. So Councilor Leahy, I'm sorry, what was that again?
Items number 32 to 4, I'm sorry, 33 to 42, you're all going to committee. There's no reason for any lengthy discussions tonight, because we're going to have a discussion in committee. We're going to have another discussion when it comes out of committee. And that's where all the work should be done.
All right, so what?
There are some that I would like to try to get to adopt.
All right, so let's go one by one here. So 32 is Councilor Murphy, McGivern, and Tallman. Order that the City Council authorize the mayor to change the job title of tax collector to tax collector COVID-19 emergency finance director, and a salary of 80,000 for the combined position in the emergency while the emergency continues. This title will revert back to tax collector when the COVID-19 emergency is done.
I'll make a motion to be adopted and sent to the mayor.
Motion is to receive and adopt
and refer to the mayor.
And refer to the mayor. That was seconded. Under discussion, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I mean, this is my goal here is simply to pay someone what they deserve to be getting paid. Our tax collector has been putting in somewhere between 8 and 10 additional hours each week, being the emergency finance director, overseeing the COVID monies and CARES monies. And I just asked her if it was possible, why she wasn't getting any additional money. She said she didn't think she was able to. I did ask her if she would contact the state authorities or FEMA to get some information in terms of whether it was a possibility. And there is what looks to me like a potential for her to be able to be paid. The last line of what they said in their explanation to her is that they have seen, and I'm asking for FEMA's reimbursement, have seen FEMA accept and reimburse on grant management costs where the employee has received a job promotion and a pay raise due to additional duties. So by changing the job title, and obviously that would give her a potential for a pay raise until this crisis is over. My hope is that we can, provide her with the resources that she needs and deserves for the work that she's putting in. And we've hired someone at a $54,000 who is basically working supposedly under her and also assisting on this. So I'm just hoping that, just in terms of fairness, in terms of justice to what she's doing, that if we can do it and if we can get reimbursed, that we would ask the mayor to look into that and then raise that salary to $80,000.
Councilor Bartley, then Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, I guess just to Chair, I just want to get an understanding, because is this just a recommendation to the mayor to change the ordinance and also to make an appropriation? Is that what's being suggested here?
That's what it is.
Well,
I mean, that's not what I heard him say. So I just want to get just through the chair to Councilor Murphy, if I could.
Again, if I can, my purpose or my hope here is that we would use the care funds that we have available, provided we can be reimbursed, that her salary would be increased during the emergency and her title would be changed during the emergency. And then other than that, it would revert back once the emergency was over. And I know that may be more complicated than what I'm trying to make it, but I'm just trying to find a way to provide a just pay for someone that's doing a lot of extra work, and from what I gather is doing an outstanding job with it.
Councilor Bradley, you have a question? Or
yeah, I mean, I'll make a motion to amend that to add every single employee in the city of Holyoke who's doing a great job. I mean DPW guys, police officers, firefighters, everyone in City Hall that's showing up on a regular basis, and that those who are not showing up on a regular basis, and I think we know a lot that are not, waive their salaries. That's my motion.
That didn't have a second.
Right, I didn't think it would have a second, but I mean, it's respectfully, this is this is not something that's an order, Mr. President. I mean, if what you suggested is, if it's a recommendation, then I want to recommend everybody. But if it's, I mean, this cannot happen the way this is written. So I think we got to get a ruling from the chair as to what exactly is happening with this order, and then we can take an informed vote. Thank you.
Well, I don't disagree. In essence, I read it as a recommendation to ask the mayor to see if this can be approved for $80,000, which then you'd have to amend the ordinance to allow for it to then revert back, and then you have to have a financial transfer to achieve that. To me, that's how I would see it as a package, but I'll defer. First is Councilor Leahy, then Councilor Lisi. Councilor Leahy.
So as I noted before, this obviously should have went to committee for a discussion, and we could have had the appropriate people to come in and discuss this. However, as Councilor Bartley had said, just think of all the firefighters and all the housing authority workers and the police officers and the gas and electric workers and the people who are going to people's houses, whether they know that they have COVID or they don't know they have COVID. These people are the frontline workers. And I think that we should be utilizing the money for all of the people. Also, we had a great meeting. She came in and she had a lot to say. However, I asked some specific questions. I still don't know the names of the people who got these positions. I don't know if any of you guys do. I asked for the names. I asked for their salaries, and I asked her to email them to me, and I have yet to receive that email. I'm not sure if Ryan has received it, but I'm sure he would have forwarded it over to me. But we have a lot of people that are doing incredible amounts of great work in the city of Holyoke, and I think they should all be commended for it. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi, then Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. I think the discussion here has actually been pretty helpful, and I think what actually needs to be happening here, for the desired result of the order is that a position called COVID Emergency Finance Director be created with a salary or stipend of the difference between the tax collector salary and the desired salary of $80,000. And then we would not touch the ordinance itself, but then allow the COVID Emergency Finance Director title to be assigned to our tax collector with the stipend that would bring her up to the desired salary amount. So I think that's probably the best way to do it. And it would be neat because it wouldn't impact our city ordinances and the salary structure that's there. And because we expect COVID to be temporary and the emergency finance position to be temporary, that we just start it that way.
Councillor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Even though we've gone around and around on this, I really think it should still go to finance, because now we have to dig into more details to find out what the difference would be, et cetera, et cetera. And we're going to be here till past midnight at the rate we're going.
Councillor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the concern about the wording of the order, but I think Councilor Murphy's intent is to correct something that has been ongoing for some time now, not just with COVID. I remind everyone, when we had a vacancy in the city auditor's office, it was Katie Jakowski who went in there and kept that office afloat and filled in with no extra pay at the time, if I remember correctly. I remind everyone that Katie Jakowski is the go-to person for every department in this city when they have a question about munis. And munis is not something that is easy to understand. It's language that is universal for the Commonwealth when it comes to finances, and she is one of the few people in the city that completely understands the munis system and how it works. And I think these are not typical times with, COVID money is like block grant monies. We have little to say over it, and the idea is to see if the mayor and the mayor's people, would consider, because it was the mayor who went to Katie Jakowski to ask her to oversee the COVID funds. And in the meantime, hired a deputy finance COVID director temporarily under the CARES Act itself. So if she can oversee the funds of 3 people who have been hired and a committee of other people who have been working on the COVID very diligently and doing some wonderful work, I think Councilor Murphy's intent is to ask the mayor to see if he could compensate her for it. I don't think there's any harm in that. I get the concern for the wording, but I think the idea is just to see if the mayor would do it.
Councilor Lisi and Councilor Vacan, are your hands still up, or those are?
I'm sorry.
I'm all set, thanks.
Okay, so if it's just a request to the mayor, if they can do it, once again, it's, as I said earlier, it looked like just a communication to the mayor. Motion could be to receive and refer to the mayor. We report back to us, and then we have to do finance and everything else.
So moved.
All right, so motion is, it's not my motion. I'll give it to the motion of the maker. How do you want to do it?
I'm fine with that. I know it has to go to the mayor in order to have it considered whether or not it can be FEMA reimbursed and whether he would appropriate CARES funds to do that.
All right, so motion is to receive, refer to the mayor with a request to come back to the council for the next meeting.
Aye.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 33. Order to prohibit parking on the easterly side of Main Street from
the ordinance committee.
Ordinance. Motion is to send 33 to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 34. That the speed radar machine be placed on Ingleside
Yeah,
Street.
and refer to the police department.
Motion is receive,
Second.
adopt, send to HPD.
Do you
All
want
those
a
in
copy
favor?
of public service or anything like that?
Safety.
Yeah, sorry, yes, public safety.
Yeah, public safety is fine, yeah.
All right, so motion is receive, adopt, send to HPD, copy to public safety for the report. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 35. That's
Receive the
Public
public
Safety Committee.
Public
Send
safety.
to the public safety and each city councilor.
Yep.
All right, so that was the one about the raised sidewalks in order to have everyone send in their submission to public safety. So receive, refer to public safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 36 from Councilor Murphy. That the
Receive
Human
City Human Resources.
Officer, Director provide a report to the City Council on the number of employees of more than 3 years
Report to the
experience.
Human Resource Director for a report.
All right, so
In
motion
days.
A copy to ordinance because I think it's related to the salary study in some way, and we might be able to take it up with that shortly.
my motion is to receive to Human Resource Officer
And a copy to
and
ordinance.
copy to ordinance.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 37 from Councilor Murphy, that the DPW provide a list of the 30th most dangerous
Make a motion to be
trees.
adopted and referred to DPW and public safety.
Second.
Receive, adopt, copy to public safety. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 38 from
Make a motion
Councilor
to
Murphy,
be
that the
adopted.
DPW remove the
Refer
zip
to
card
DPW.
signs. So that'd be receive,
Adopted and referred to the DPW.
receive, adopt,
Second.
send to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Oh, Councilor Bacon, sorry, no, wait, before we vote, Councilor Bacon.
I would just note that the city council passed and vote on this because it's out of compliance with city ordinances a long time ago. So this would just be bringing it into compliance with a past vote. Thank you.
We also send it a copy to the police department too for ticketing purposes.
My motion was to receive, adopt, send to DPW and a copy to the police. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 39, that the Director of Health Department and representative from the Police Department, Director from Veteran Services and others.
To the Public Safety Committee.
So the motion is to receive to public safety.
If I
All
can,
those in favor?
real quick,
All
if I
those
can.
opposed? Well, go ahead, Councilor
Copy to
Murphy.
Board of Health.
Hold on. Okay, so motion is
Yeah, Board of Health is
receive
gonna
to
be
public
invited.
safety. Board of Health, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, again, you go around and you get, I visited a couple of sites and there's needles all over the place. There's trash all over the place. There's, kids that go running around these areas. I mean, it gets to be a concern. I will say, I got the email from the mayor today and I appreciated the talk about trying to do something with homeless people. And in this order, I'm not trying to be vindictive in terms of moving. I'm trying to make sure that we provide as many opportunities to give people that are in need a chance to deal with, whether it be an addiction or a homeless or economic situation, whatever the case might be. But we need to do something to make sure that everybody is safe and that we're not having situations where people are left out there on their own and can't find a way out. So that's the goal. And I do think public safety, and I invite all those people in. And I know I've seen Jesus from Veteran Services. He's come a few times and he's been able to get people by being referred to them, and he's gone out and gotten people back into some housing and potentially some employment. So those are the kind of things I'm looking to get out of this, as well as cleaning up the camps and lots that are getting dangerous.
The motion is in the committee.
The motion is receive, send to public safety, copy to Board of Health. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 40 from Councilor Murphy, that the city engineer work with the city solicitor to see if there are any deed restrictions for putting a sidewalk at 452 Main Street.
Make a motion be adopted, and then with copy to the engineer and the city solicitor and a copy to the ordinance committee.
Second.
Motion is receive, adopt, send to engineering, legal, and a copy to ordinance.
And this is the old fire station that we just had that incident with the many cars in there. And there are people, I know some of the businesses there have been asking me to find ways to get more parking, and potentially, if we can do it, that could add 3 or 4 spots right in front of some of the businesses.
All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 41 from Councilor Murphy, that the zoning on the west side of Main Street from the northerly side of Sergeant Street. And this is
To the ordinance committee.
the ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 42 from Counselor Murphy, Sullivan, and Bacon.
Abbreviated reading, please.
Yep, that the city council requests the personnel director open and post the position of a deputy director emergency finance fund via the CARES Act.
I make a motion to be adopted and referred to the Human Resource Director.
Second.
I make a motion to send to the Finance Committee. You want to do this in one night without bringing in any of the players in?
If I can.
All right, Counselor Murphy first.
Yeah, I'm just, again, there's two things here. Number one, obviously time plays a role, but we were told that it was an emergency hire, and yet we never advertised it, even though we had the same job posting available that we did for the operation one that Mr. Casey got. They were available at the same time, but we never advertised the second one. We also need to find a way to do a better job of advertising. For a $62,000 job, we only had six applicants, and then we didn't advertise for the second position. So we've never advertised the position. We just gave it. It's an emergency position, and I just think that, you know, in fairness, we should be advertising and see if there are people from Holyoke or other places, but Holyoke would be my hope that would be applying for that job and have the same, if not better, qualifications, and make sure that it's an opportunity to do something the right way with transparency and all the other things. And if we don't do this soon, it's just going to continue on, and this person just keeps continuing on in the job without ever having to apply against anyone else.
Okay.
Counselor Bacon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just see this as a procedural issue. It's not involving any finance transfers or anything. It's just a matter of doing something the right way. Thanks.
I withdraw my motion.
Counselor McGivern.
I understand the intent of the order, but let's face the facts is that we are not the appointing authority. We cannot ask the HR person to advertise for something that we don't appoint to. And we don't even have a say over the funds that are used to fund this position. So if we want to send a request to the mayor and to see if they were willing to advertise it, I'm fine with that, but we don't have the authority to ask HR to advertise for it.
It is a request, but we can direct it to the mayor. I'll offer an amendment to direct the request to the mayor instead of the personnel.
I'll second that. Mayor and Human Resource Director.
All right, so motion would be to receive, adopt, send to the mayor, copy to the personnel department.
Second.
That's what you're looking for, Counselor Murphy?
Yeah, and this is not an appointment. This is an employment application. So it is not, you know, obviously the mayor has influence, but it's not that kind of thing. They were supposedly going to go to a committee and everything else. So let's do it the right way. Let's put out a posting and let's people apply and make their determination.
All right, so motion is receive, adopt, send to the mayor, copy to personnel department. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 43 is from Counselor Murphy that the handicap sign be placed at 7. So ordinance copy
Mr.
to.
President?
Yeah,
Can we suspend, because we got a couple of these. I've got one at 51 and Glass has one at 64. So why don't we just take them up together and ship them off?
All right, so motion to suspend the rules, take up 43, 51, and 64.
Second.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
And then I thought we weren't supposed to specifically name a person for a sign, right?
Yep, so 64 is 77 Pine Street. And 51 is for 126 Brown Ave.
Yeah.
So all to ordinance with a copy to the commission.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Mr. President?
Yep. Counselor Hernandez.
Yes, I also have a late file that includes that same type of motion to remove a handicap sign from 32 Avenue. Can that be added to that?
Well, these are to get new ones, Counselor.
Oh, so get new ones. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, but why don't we just take it up now, Mr. President? So right after this, we'll want motion to suspend, take up the late file, the Counselor just referenced. And
Motion is suspend the rules, go out of order to late file B, which is from Counselor Hernandez, the removal of a handicap sign at 32 Clinton Ave. Motion would be to send to ordinance.
Send to ordinance. Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Thank
Let me
you.
just put those in order. 43. Give me 1 second. All right, on to 44 from Counselor Sullivan and Counselor Vacan. City adopt a resolution for zero tolerance policy.
Motion that it be given leave to withdraw.
Second.
Motion was that it would be give leave to withdraw. It was seconded. Under discussion, I see Counselor Leahy, then Counselor Vacan. Counselor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. Just over my time in administration and going over different things with human resources, whatever you do, develop a policy. Policy is always developed without a person in mind. It's the position that you have to look at. So in this case, we're looking at the mayor's position. So if you're developing a policy or if you're developing something regarding that position, you're not taking in mind a named person. What you're doing is, in this case, in this position, this will happen. If not, so I'm not voting for this because this doesn't do that, and I don't think that it's right. If we're going to adopt a resolution, we have to adopt a resolution that is fitting for any person, any position. Thank you.
Counselor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to make a motion to send this to DGR.
Second.
Motion was, hold on, motion after that was to send to DGNR. That was seconded. So back to you, Counselor Vacan. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to note that this isn't establishing a new policy. This resolution is relative to current policy that exists in the city. And the main thrust of the resolution is to await the results of the legal investigation occurring at UMass as it pertains to a public figure, and then see if there's any further action that should be taken relative to that role within the city. So it shouldn't be acted on tonight. It should be sent to committee so that we can determine if there is anything to be acted on following the formal investigation. Thank you. That's my take on it.
Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. I mean, really simply, item number 46 says we would like to have the results of the UMass Amherst investigation. I'm all for getting the results of that investigation before I'm going to say anything in favor or against an individual who is under investigation here. I am hugely uncomfortable with the sort of like accusations that are being made in the order, the way that it's written in item number 44. Like this is it's remaking all the allegations that were made that we now know are false. And it's just, I mean, to the point that Councilor Leahy made, it's really meshing or trying to disguise a governance sort of, move related to our sexual harassment policy. But I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not really a governance issue. It's really just, an attempt to further smear the mayor, because there are several, on the council who are bloodthirsty to drag the mayor and his name and anything he does through the mud over and over again. And, at the end of the day, that's what makes the city of Holyoke look bad, because we can't sort of, take a reasoned and measured look at evidence. I am all for getting the results of that investigation. From the beginning, that was my sort of public comment on the issue. I want to see what the facts are. So when we sort of, take these like cheap shots at one another, this is what happens. We drag our own city's name through the mud. We generate a lot of negative publicity for ourselves. And it's really, I mean, other people have said it, it's embarrassing. You know, you wanna emphasize that the city of Holyoke has a zero tolerance sexual harassment policy. We can do that. I would be happy to file that order and support that order. We do, I mean, we have a sexual harassment policy, and I think we do need to see better sort of like enforcement of that policy and more even-handed. But when you start to tie in this incident with the mayor, again, that was found to be baseless, that was found to be a smear campaign, I'm so uncomfortable with the language here, and I mean, uncomfortable. Like, I am, yes, embarrassed, but I'm so uncomfortable by the way that it sort of reasserts these like false allegations. It reasserts all the negative and homophobic, you know, innuendos that were in the media. And I would not, I don't think this even belongs in committee. I do think that we need to give this leave to withdraw.
Next will be Councilor Sullivan, but Councilor Anderson Burgos, I did see your hand up. I just want to let you know. So Councilor Sullivan.
All right. First of all, there are no false allegations here. There is nothing baseless here. The mayor admitted to having sexual relations with students. It doesn't matter if it was a male having relations with a female student, a female teacher having them with a male student, or whatever. None of that matters. He admitted to violating school policy, inappropriate behavior. I will quote the mayor himself. There are consequences for inappropriate behavior. Those are his exact words when he called for the resignation, forced the resignation of a 20-year veteran of the fire department. I think he should hold himself accountable to his own standards. I'm willing to discuss all of this in committee, or we can drag it on here all night.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Well, then let the parties begin, because I'm going to tell you right now, first came the attack, then came the ask to resign, and then the order for recall, and then the order for zero tolerance. And then, let's see, I mean, I could keep going on reading these orders. And you know what this tells me? It's an attack. Let me tell you something about family, okay? You guys need to listen about family. First of all, Alex Morris is one of our own, born and raised in this city. He is family. Now, I may not agree with him on some of his, the way he votes or his policies, whatever, but I'll tell you this much. If any one of you were attacked in this way, I will assure you that I will protect you, because this was an attack. And furthermore, I know more about what's happening behind closed doors than some of you guys do. So this is an attack, and you need to stop taking it personal, because you might not like Alex. And I know some of you do, because the way you guys act during these council meetings, behind closed doors, and all of that good stuff. But let me tell you right now what I know, okay? How my mother raised me. When you see wrong, you call it out. I'm calling you guys out. This is wrong. By all means. One, this is wrong 100%. Please stop what you're doing, think about what you're doing, and act right. He is family, whichever way you cut it. He's put his life out there. I mean, he's worked hard for the city. Whether you agree with him or not, he does not sleep at night. I bet you some of you don't even take the time to call him to see how he's doing. No, you want to take cheap shots, and that's all you do. Some of you guys just need to grab a hold of life and look at your actions. Look what you're doing. People are watching you, and people will remember. And if they forget, you know what? I'm going to remind them, because we can be doing so much better for this city. Like what I want to do is seek out better ways to bring more businesses in the city, to bring more culture, to bring other people who might not feel like they're included in their own cities. This city needs to be inclusive and respectful to one another, and I don't see that here, and I hope that changes and that what I just said clicks to you. Thank you. Sorry.
Councilor Bacon was next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to say this as simply as I can. Whether the person was a 30-year-old anybody of any sex having sexual relations with 18-year-old students where they taught, my position on the matter would be exactly the same. I do not care what people do in their private life. I do care very much about situations of power, proper relationships, and inappropriate behavior, which this is. If this was a 30-year-old man that had been doing this with 18-year-old women at the school, I don't believe the same conversation would be happening. I think it would be a completely different conversation. And we would be supporting the women in their situations and talking about the relative power relationship between the teacher and the students. So what I'm calling for is equity, that we treat a situation of one sort the same as we would treat it in another situation. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. It's not about whether somebody's sexuality is one thing or another. It's about an inappropriate action. End of discussion. You can spin it any way you want, but that isn't what it is. And I've had people call me and I've had this conversation with them directly. That's what it's about. You can call me any name you want. It has nothing to do with a person's sexuality. It has to do with the actions. And that action is as inappropriate as any I've ever seen in the city. And I've heard endless and hours of discussion over issues that were considered inappropriate, that were not major issues in terms of actions. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi was next. Then I saw Councilor Anderson Burgos' hand up again. So Councilor Lisi.
Thanks. I will make this simple as possible. If it's about our city's zero tolerance sexual harassment policy, that is city business. That sits in one column, one bin. If it's about the mayor's personal actions, that sits in another bin. And if it's about, the results of UMass students, then that's a third bin. And that's what UMass is presently investigating. UMass has not given us the results of that information, that investigation. So we don't know if there were, quote unquote, 18-year-olds involved. We don't have a single name. We don't have a single individual sort of claiming that they were sexually harassed. The one person that was sort of related to the report that came out said that they were making it all up. I want you to understand that when the mayor said that he had relations with students, first of all, students means nearly half the population of the Pioneer Valley. It doesn't mean his students. And as a 5 college student myself, who's 10 years senior, our mayor, I mean, I don't think you understand the way the word students is used in the like sort of like English vernacular. Like, he's not talking about his student. He's not talking about, these quote unquote teenagers. He met people on dating apps that were dedicated to other people meeting one another as adults on dating apps. Some of them happened to be enrolled in the 5 colleges in the area. That is not a violation of school policy. Dating students is discouraged, but is not a violation of school policy unless you have responsibility for them. So all that aside, UMass is going to be investigating whether or not that violation occurred. If you want to talk about the city's zero tolerance sexual harassment policy, everything else related to the mayor, everything else related to UMass needs to be stripped out of here. Like we're not creating UMass policy. We're not, regulating the mayor's personal life. We can regulate our own city's sexual harassment policy and nothing more. So, I mean, the language in here is so, again, it's so disingenuous and so sort of distracting. Like you're claiming to do one thing, but there's nothing in here that is saying this is how we're going to advance the sexual harassment policy. This is how we're going to, consider zero tolerance and what that means. Everything is just to dredge up everything about the mayor, this incident again, which was for the most part, shown to be a smear campaign. And again, I'm happy to sign on to item number 46, which is to get the results of the investigation from UMass, but there is nothing in this item number 44 that is real. And I think, again, that the order that we need to act on is that it's given leave to withdraw. That's it. Multiple issues being meshed together.
I'm sorry about that. Counselor Anderson Burgos was next. Then I have Counselor Sullivan, and then I have Counselor Hernandez. Just making sure everyone knows I did see your hands.
Counselor Lisi touched the points I was going to make. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Sullivan.
Did you want Juan to go first or me?
No, he just went.
Oh. All right. So as far as the comments I just heard about the students could be from all over Pioneer Valley, that's not the case, and that's not what was admitted to. It never said students that in his class. Students at UMass is what he admitted to. That is against the policies of UMass. That is inappropriate behavior. And as I've quoted already, the mayor himself says there are consequences for inappropriate behavior. As far as the use of dating apps, the dating app featured City Hall Office of the Mayor in the dating app. All right, if that's inappropriate, if it's inappropriate for a firefighter to use city property, but it's appropriate for, I think this needs to be looked at. I'm willing to discuss it. If things are found to be different and this is not inappropriate behavior, so be it. But it's all part of what a broader discussion needs to be had and needs to be looked at.
Counselor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. President. To be discussing the mayor's sexual life here is despicable. And Councilor Sullivan publicly came out and said that he was not commenting on anything, that this whole attack was between Richie Neal and Alex Morse for the next day come and jump on the bandwagon and further degrade the great city of Holyoke and our still honorable mayor is despicable. This motion needs to be withdrawn. I have further things to say in my own order that I filed, but it's very despicable.
Anyone further? So let's go back. I have it written down. The first motion was to give leave to withdraw. That was seconded. The second motion after that was to send to DGNR, and that was seconded. So on the motion to send to DGNR, oh, wait, Mike Sullivan, you have your hand up again, or?
Oh, no, sorry.
So I missed one here. Okay. So the motion is to send to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
No. I'd say the noes have it. We'd be back unless there's a disagreement. I've only heard a few people, so I didn't hear everyone.
Show of hands, we can't hear anybody.
Show of hands to send it to DGNR.
No.
So that's 4. So that
And how we
motion
vote?
fails. Motion is to, who, what? Someone say something?
Howie.
5.
5. Sorry, Howie. 5. Still fails. Back to motion is to give leave to withdraw. I say do a show of hands again for that so that we have it, I can see it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6. To give leave to withdraw. So we're back to
Motion to table.
Mr. President, how's that? What's the ruling on that motion? Did it fail?
Yeah, it was 6.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say that. Okay, so that motion failed?
Yeah.
Mr. President, point of order.
Yeah, Councilor McGivern.
I believe it passes. It's a majority of the present city councilors tonight.
Okay.
Oh, you need 7.
There's only 11 of us here tonight.
It's of the body.
Wow.
Can we try that again? Show of hands for give leave to withdraw.
So we'll count it again. The motion was to give leave to withdraw. Show of hands. If you're going to give it leave to withdraw.
Count it again because Leahy's hand, you didn't count it.
Well,
Jimmy, has your hand up?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now there's 7.
Yeah.
So that would be that it does pass to give leave to withdraw. All right. On to 45.
Make a motion to receive before the Committee on Charter and Rules.
Second.
City Council, provide recall. So it was Charter and Rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion, Mr. President.
Hold on. Councilor Bacon and then Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you.
Councilor Rooney, please.
Well, hold on. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. This order that has been refiled, that has been mischaracterized by a number of speakers tonight, is an order that was unanimously passed by the City Council at the time that the 4-year term for mayor was approved by the voters. The purpose of it was to have a check and balance since the term of office had been expanded by double and doubles the term of office for our state representatives and our Congress people. So the City Council passed it unanimously, and the only reason it didn't get to the voters was because the mayor wouldn't sign off on it. Now, there was nothing controversial going on at the time. The mayor had achieved his goal of having a 4-year term. The citizens agreed with him and the proponents of it that that was a good idea. And so this was put forth as a check and balance in government. So for this to come back up when we're going to be going into an election next year should be no surprise. It's not fun and games. It's not going after anybody or being an attack. It's trying to have some accountability in our government, and it should not be twisted into something that it isn't. Thank you.
Councilor Graney. Councilor Graney.
Yeah, regarding number 45, there should be a process in place for the recall of public officials, any public official. A similar order to this was filed several years ago by then Councilor Nelson Roman. This recall order is subject to the voters of Holyoke to decide whether or not they want to recall an elected public official, not the bureaucracy. I support this order as a necessary function of an honest, transparent government. It's not a witch hunt. It's not out to get anybody. It makes sense for common, decent government, for transparency. That's all it does, nothing else. And all of these accusations that have been made before are very resentful. And I don't appreciate it because my name is on one of these orders and it has been completely mischaracterized. And I will address that when the time comes.
All right, so Councilor Sullivan, then Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, in addition to what Councilor Bacon and Councilor Graney have said, it's unbelievable that this is trying to be placed into some kind of homophobic attack. This is something to protect the voters, and it has absolutely zero effect on the current sitting mayor. I'm asking that we pass this tonight on the floor. Everybody is familiar with this. It is word for word the exact same resolution, the exact same order that we passed unanimously, as been stated before. If we passed it tonight and the mayor gets it on his desk tomorrow, it still has to go to the general court. It still has to go to the voters. All of this is going to take a lot of time and will only have an effect on the next sitting mayor.
I'll second that.
Next is Councillor Bartley.
Mr. President, I'm seconding his motion. Just so you're aware.
I have the, I got it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Councillor Bartley.
Yeah, I guess I'm just speaking under the main motion. So I'm just going to reiterate what I heard prior, that this was proposed by Nelson Roman, the former Ward 2 councillor. It passed this body unanimously, including well, except for there's a few newer councillors here, but most of us were here at the time it passed. And to have it characterized another way, to throw in a lump sum, maybe the timing, yeah, maybe somebody's suspicious of the timing, but that wasn't my intent signing on to it. And I feel bad that there were some hard feelings put towards me. But I'm a big boy, Mr. President. I've had stuff thrown at me, and had it thrown tonight through a pretty specious complaint that one of the members of the body want to have it read verbatim. That's not something that we had with the prior open meeting law complaint, Mr. President. But we had it read tonight, and I can take it. As we'll show in DGR, that open meeting law complaint is completely baseless and erroneous, and put forth by what I perceive as a bitter, sore loser. In this case tonight, with this item, it's something that we have before us. We passed it, but we should remind ourselves, remind the public that when it comes to a charter change, there's no veto involved. As we pointed out numerous times, Mr. President, we've overridden the mayor's veto at least 18 times in the course of his tenure. But in this case, with a charter change, there is no veto. It's not necessary. The veto is basically the mayor not signing off. So it doesn't come back to us to override it, because we would have done that. The way the charter set up is, if the mayor doesn't sign off on a charter change, it does not advance. It is dead in the water and dead for a period of time. And that's what happened in 2017. And I suspect that would likely happen again. Although it's hard to say, but to me, I'd rather have the discussion in committee, to at least invite the mayor in, and to have him publicly state to us what is his take on this particular order. Why would he not sign it? At least we could get something on a public record, Mr. President, as opposed to him just simply not signing it and then leaving us, leaving it dead. So I would rather not have it passed tonight. I'd rather have it go to committee and send it to committee with a copy to the mayor, and invite the mayor into our charter rules and proceed from there. Thanks.
Next is Councillor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason I made the motion referred to committee is partly exactly what Councillor Bartley just said. I think we need to hear from the mayor why he pocket vetoed the original proposal, which did pass unanimous. And by pocket veto, meaning all he had to do was stuff it in his pocket and it was dead in the water. But also because we have new city councilors that didn't hear what was a very healthy discussion over this very important decision. Recall is not something that should be lowered upon lightly. I mean, we came to a lot of compromise when we had the original vote on this, compromise in language and compromise in what we were trying to accomplish. And I think if I were a new city councilor, I'd want to hear that entire discussion before I took a vote on this. But also, like I said, Councilor Bartley's right. We should hear from the mayor as to why he pocket vetoed this the first time.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I have no problem sending this to committee. I will say though, my recollection of the last time this came up was that it did not pass unanimously. So if at all possible, I would like a copy of this to go to the clerk's office. And if we could dig up the vote on that, I would appreciate it. Last time it was in charter and rules. Because again, I just don't recall it being a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, well, it was a unanimous vote. There was one person not there, Dan Bresnan. The rest of it was unanimous. As far as sending it to committee again and going through the whole process again, just to hear from the mayor, all right? If he doesn't approve it, then we can ask him to come in and explain to us why he didn't approve it. There's only one reason, and one reason only, why it wasn't approved the first time around. And that's because he knew that then he was going to be running for higher office. We all know that running for Congress is not a hobby. It's not a part-time job. And during that time, there was no mayor effectively working in the city. We've seen, I won't even get it. It's been horrendous what has gone on in the last 18 months here. All right. All this would ensure, right, is that if this happened again, or people perceived it to happen again, there would be a safety valve, a way for the voters to express their displeasure. That's it.
So if there's no further discussion, the first motion was to send it to charter rules. The next motion was to approve it. And that was from Councilor Sullivan, correct? To approve it, and that was seconded. So on the motion to approve, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
The noes would have it.
Mr. President, item number 47.
We haven't done anything yet, Joe.
We haven't done
No,
anything.
we just did. We just defeated it.
No, we didn't.
We're going to go back to the main motion.
It
I
goes
hope.
back to the main motion, Joe, which is to
I hope
send
we
it to
will.
charter rules.
Yeah.
We just took a vote to adopt, and the vote was denied.
That was the second motion.
That was the second
Correct.
motion.
So that defeats it.
And then it goes back to the first motion.
I
to send it to charter
I have a ruling of the chair, Mr. President, but that defeats it. I know it was an amendment, but it was a motion to adopt. It got defeated.
No, it was a secondary.
I'll make a motion to reconsider our action. And is that what you want, Joe?
I'm just making a point, Councilor Bart.
I get it,
Or
my
at the
friend,
committee,
but
you know?
I get it. I get it. But can we just,
That's
on the main
fine.
motion,
Refer
Mr.
it to
President?
committee.
Councilor Bartley has the floor. Councilor Bartley, motion to reconsider.
The motion to reconsider.
Second.
That was seconded. Motion is to reconsider
Aye.
and send to all those in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to refer to the Charter and Rules Committee, Mr. President.
Copy to the city clerk.
Second.
So motion is to send to charter rules.
With a copy to the city clerk to get that answer for the ordinance chair, and a copy to the mayor. So he gets them all anyhow, but let's just make it official.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? $46
Make a motion to be adopted and
from Councilor Vacan, Graney, Murphy, and Sullivan. The Holyoke City Council requests the results of the UMass Amherst investigation.
make a motion to be adopted.
Receive and adopt.
Motion is to receive, adopt, send
And
to a committee.
Communication to UMass.
So motion, receive, adopt, send to UMass. Do you want to go to a committee or just come back to the full council?
Full council is a communication.
All right, so motion is to receive, adopt, send to UMass with a communication back to the full council.
If I can, Mr. President.
Councilor Murphy, your hand is up.
Yeah, and it's the first time I'm going to speak on this, but to me, there's two things. Number one, we don't know what happened. I know people have said this is false accusations. Other people are telling me they're accurate accusations. I haven't seen evidence on either case. All I know is when it first happened, the mayor did indicate a couple of things. Number one, that he needs to be concerned about the fact that he's in a position of power and how he uses that. And that's a reasonable answer on his part. But that also creates a situation, the potential of misusing and or abusing power. Did he do it? I don't know. But that's why I've signed on this order. I do think we need to get that information. And if, in fact, there's nothing there, then it comes back to us. I think the issue is over. If there is something, then I think we need to think, well, what does that do in terms of what's going on within the city? And that's the only reason I signed this. I do think you always have to be cautious about how you deal with people. The fact that they were a political student group, the mayor has a little more influence than he might think, and in terms of potential influencing people. I'm hoping it all comes back and there's nothing, but I do think we need to get that report to clear the air, and let's get a final determination as much as possible with the information that is going to be reviewed by UMass and hopefully shared with us while still protecting people's privacy. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Councilor Graney.
Mr. President, order number 46. Once again, this order is to obtain the results of the UMass Amherst investigation. That's all it is. It's nothing more than anything that any responsible city government should do. And the accusations that have been thrown around tonight are not only hurtful, spiteful, but are unwarranted. And thank you, but this is nothing more than to obtain results for the city council. That's all. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
Oh, I'm all set. I'm sorry.
Okay. Councilor Sullivan, your hand's still up, or?
Yep, done. Okay. Just going to say, and the mayor and all of his supporters that I've heard from tonight should welcome those results as well.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll vote in favor of asking for the results, but for a slightly different reason than what I've been hearing all evening. I voted against the first item, 44, because of a number of different reasons, to give leave to withdraw, because I thought it was a resolution that doesn't belong in front of us. We are not the keeper of the mayor. We are not the overseer of the mayor. The voters of this city are. UMass is, in this situation, an employer. The mayor is an employee. Now, the uniqueness about this is that the mayor is probably an employee of UMass because he is the mayor of the city of Holyoke, and for his reasons for taking on the assignments of teaching and doing so with the University of Massachusetts. There's going to be an employer-employee relationship here issue, and UMass may be limited to what they can tell and what they cannot tell. If there's an ethical violation, that's up to the State Ethics Committee to take that into consideration. If there's a criminal violation, that's up to the Attorney General or the District Attorney Office, not the City Council, and not, the University of Massachusetts, again, will do their investigation as an employer. The reason I'll vote in favor of this is I think the voters, who are the keeper of the mayor, the voters of this city, should hear the results of what happened of UMass's investigation. Whether they can give them as an employer is yet to be seen, but a request is only a request, and I think we should at least ask on behalf of our voters.
You're here.
Councilor Sullivan, is your hand up, or? No? Okay. All right, so the motion is to receive, adopt, send to UMass, requesting a communication back to the full council. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 48 from Councilor Bacon, that our engineer recommend the most effective safety measures such as
Receive this into the police department.
Refer to ordinance. It's a request to refer to ordinance.
Yeah. I would like it referred to ordinance in case we have to make changes to the ordinances. Thank you.
Right, so it's no parking Vermont Street between Kane and Westfield Road. So that's the ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Todd, I'm sorry, you said that was item 48?
That's 47. I apologize. 47. I might have said 48. Sorry, Counselor. 48 is that speed monitors be placed at Homestead Ave due to
Motion received. It's in the police department.
Right. Motion is to receive.
Yes, thank you. Second.
Receive, adopt, send to.
Yeah, Mr. President, please add my name to that.
Adding Counselor Bartley. All right, so 47 is off to ordinance. 48 is receive, adopt, send to the HPD, and adding Counselor Bartley. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 49 is from Counselor Anderson Burgos that a light pole be placed in front of 37 St. Jerome Ave.
Receive the gas and electric.
Yeah, please.
Motion is receive, adopt to HG&E and a copy to the mayor. I do believe the mayor has to sign off. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 50, Counselor Bartley, the city council website page include committee assignments.
Receive and send to all the computers and the mayor.
Yeah, I think what I said, right, whatever I said was in there, right?
All right, so
Mayor and Wally.
To Wally. So motions receive, adopt, refer to the mayor and Wally computer.
Yeah, can we just send a copy to, I don't know, public service, please, just to keep a tab on it, Jim? Would you provide?
Second. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the maker of the order wouldn't mind a friendly amendment, I would like to add that they also provide the archives to the city council minutes and agendas that were available on the previous website that are no longer there. Thank you.
All right.
Second.
So city council webpage include committee minute assignments. Former site included this important information, but current one doesn't. Also add the minutes and agenda. That's an amendment to that. So the amendment, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Now it's receive, adopt, send to, or refer to the mayor and to Wally computer.
Wally.
The copy to public service.
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So moved. 51 from Counselor Bartley that the city of Holyoke install handicaps accessible sign at 126. Sorry, that one's done. Sorry. 52 that.
Yeah, let's do 52 and 53 as a package and ship that off to ordinance, please.
All right, so 52 and 53 as a package. Suspend the rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The city of Holyoke amends zoning ordinance 43A8. That's 52, and then 53 is that the city engineer provide a recommendation for the city council on a four-way stop should be installed at the intersection of Hitchcock and Martin Street.
Yeah, it's like playing roulette with him. So I get all excited when his reports come out. So you never know how it's gonna. You never know if my number's gonna come up, but we'll give it a shot.
All right. So both to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 54 from Councilor Bartley at the city council refer to DPW and the city engineer recommendation to mark no trucks allowed or some such notification on Homestead Ave.
Moss Ave, Memorial, Edbert, Michigan.
Where would you like it to go?
To receive and adopt and refer to Public Works and the engineer. And I also noted to send a copy to HPD and the Mass State Police for enforcement.
Can I be added on to that also?
Adding Counselor Bacon. So receive, adopt, send to HPD, MSP for
enforcement, and then receive, adopt, refer to Public Works and the engineer.
And Public Works and engineer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 55. The city of Holyoke replaced the old sidewalks on Brown Ave, in particular the ones beyond Laurel Street. They're in very poor condition and have some tripping hazards for children and seniors. Senior tripped and fell and hurt herself.
Receive, adopt, to send to the Department of Public Health, and also a copy of the mayor.
Referred to DPW and the mayor is the request.
Yeah, Counselor Leahy's added to this too. We weren't able to get his name on because the thing was printed, but just add Counselor Leahy's name.
Adding
Please.
Counselor Leahy to 55. And to receive and refer to DPW and the mayor. Do you want it to go to a committee for follow-up?
Yeah, send a copy of this to DGR, please.
With a copy to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 56 from Councilor Bartley, that the city council give a proclamation to Sheriff Nick Cochi and the Hampden County Community Service Officers for the years of service of public service, to the public, the officers and the inmates they supervise annually provide thousands of hours of help to the city of Hoyoke.
Yeah, just motion receive and adopt.
Motion is to receive and adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Guys will have it. 57 is from Councilor Bartley. Order that the city council approve the resolution for the
yeah, just take 57 and 58 as a package, Mr. President. Ship that off to DGR, please.
All right. So suspend the rules. Take 57 and 58. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 57 is a resolution for a certified housing development tax incentive for the Hotel Jess, 319 to 355 Main Street. And the other one is also similar in nature.
These are filed under my name.
Yeah. So those are off to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 59 from Councilor Hernandez, that Stephen Bosco, Aero Properties of 430 Appleton Street has reported that there's a large dead tree in the front of his property. So motion is to receive, adopt, remove the tree at 430 Appleton Street.
Yes.
Send to the city and forester and DPW.
Motion is receive, adopt to DPW, which is the forestry as well. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 60 from Councilor Hernandez. Unhealthy medium-sized looking tree on the sidewalk in front of 253 to 255 Walnut needs to be inspected. So that would be sent to the forestry to see if it needs to be maintained or they'll recommend to take it down. So receive, refer to forestry. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 61 from Councilor Hernandez, serious concerns on the removal of trash at 50 Clinton Ave. Property manager met with the landlord to learn. So here, what are we looking to do, Councilor?
What we do, well, this landlord, as I said on this order, has been fined by both the police department and the Board of Health. In the place that, the location that they have their dumpsters is not the best location on the property, but if they move them, they have complaints from the neighbors. So that's why they have them in this area, which causes a problem when the dumpster truck comes in for clearance purposes. At times they can't take the turn to go in and hook in the dumpsters. So, I mean, this landlord reached out to me to find a resolution to this, and this is Wayfinders. And I think that there has to be, I spoke to you about this, Todd.
Yeah, we spoke about it.
Yeah, so we have to mitigate the situation and, I mean, see what is it that needs to be done so everybody is, there's a resolution for it, that the neighbors are okay with where the dumpsters, if they have to be moved, that the neighbors are not going to be in an uproar about it. And I understand that if you're a property owner, you don't want to have, you know, the nuisance of the garbage smell or the visibility of it, but also the garbage needs to be removed in this place in order to keep it, you know, acceptable, like not have pests and not increase those type of problems. So
why don't we do receive, copy to Board of Health and Police, and then send it to Public Safety? to bring everyone in to see if we can find a way to put the trash somewhere that is accommodating for all. And that way they don't keep getting fined for trying to bean accommodation, you know?
Right. And in the meanwhile, Mr. President, do you think that we can like seize the fines that they're getting? This is like a fantastic program that, you know, helps with young adults, you know, to get back on their feet with mothers. And Wayfinder is like, you know, has been an ally to our city for a long time. We shouldn't be giving them this treatment.
Councilor Murphy, I know you're looking to do a meeting sometime soon.
September 30th, yep.
So
I'll add it. So I'm assuming this is an alley, right?
Excuse me?
Is this an alley?
No, it's not an alley. It's inside. I have pictures.
Okay.
Inside of their property where the dumpsters are located. And when the truck comes in, because Clinton, that's a one-way, right? If I'm not mistaken.
You got me.
Coming down on anyway, the way where the dumpsters are situated, the truck, when it comes in, and if there's cars parked on both sides, they cannot take the turn to pick it up. So then like the landlord is getting hit by all sides, from the dumpster company, from the Board of Health, and from the police. We have to find a solution for it.
Before I have the meeting, maybe you and I will just go up there and take a look, okay?
Sure, and I'll send you the pictures that I have.
Okay.
All right, so motion would be to receive, send to public safety with a copy to Board of Health and the police to come in to kind of get all this under control. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Public safety. 62 from Councilor Hernandez, request to have the Board of Health present a follow-up discussion on the trash issue that occurred at 182 Oak Street back in August 26, 2020, when two private landlords were in a disagreement whose trash it was and refused to pick it up, therefore causing a huge mess.
Refer to public safety.
To public safety. What's the request?
Seems logical.
The motion is to receive, refer to public safety.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 63 from Councilor Hernandez, that the City Council must acknowledge and disavow the embarrassment and inflammatory public statement made by Councilor Sullivan and other councilors such as Councilor Bartley, Linda Vega, and Howie Graney, who signed on to regarding our still honorable Mayor Alex Morris and the fabricated allegations of sexual misconduct against him. That Councilor Sullivan be censured for his inappropriate public remarks and the abuse of his position, which is to cause embarrassment to the City of Holyoke as the body. That Councilor Sullivan issue apology for inappropriate public remarks, and that Councilor Sullivan, Bacon, Barley, and Graney retract their endorsement of a petition to initiate the investigation void of any factual basis of Mayor Morris's personal life.
I have something that I would like the floor. I have
Withdraw out of order.
Hold on, it's in order. So first, Councilor Hernandez.
Thank you. Okay, and thank you to my fellow councilors for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight. For me, as you guys know, I was just elected into this position, and as soon as I started to get soaked in and to learn from each one of you, a pandemic hit. So, I mean, this is where I am, but it's an honor to be part of this body and to represent the people of Ward 4. That's who I made my commitment with, and to work with each one of you for the well-being of the overall, people of Holyoke. I take this job seriously, and I know that each of you feels the same way. That's why we come and we spend endless hours in these meetings, right? When we have disagreements, we work through them with an expectation of mutual respect and trust. Our meetings are designed to help us work through our differences. In the end, each of us understands that we have to take responsibility for our own actions, our own words, our own votes. We are accountable to ourselves, to the people we represent, and also to each other. And occasionally we make mistakes. I know that I do. Sometimes we say the wrong thing. Sometimes we unintentionally break the rules. Usually on those occasions, we come together to respectfully remind each other of the importance of decorum and civility. There are other times, rare circumstances, where one of our fellow counselors makes an error in judgment that's motivated by bad intentions and is too far outside of the behavior we expect from each other. In those circumstances, we have a responsibility to come together to acknowledge and connect and correct the bad behavior. We have a responsibility to the people we serve and to each other to say publicly that the words or actions of one of our fellow council members has caused damage by the public image of the city council. Tonight is one of these rare occasions. You all have read, Councilor, I haven't finished. We all have read Councilor Sullivan's statement about Mayor Moss. We all saw that he used his position as a city councilor to further a political agenda using inflammatory, homophobic language and misinformation in an effort to hurt Mayor Morse during the congressional campaign. We saw how the national attention to the city council of this honorable city casting us in a negative light, embarrassing us.
Point of order, Mr. President.
For a large audience. Can I finish? Because I have the floor. Can I finish?
There's a request for point of order. What's the point of order?
Is this an attack on a counselor in violation of rule number 18?
I don't think it's an attack. It's a request on something. I haven't heard it as an attack yet. So Councilor Hernandez.
Can I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. Now we have a stain on our reputation in a national spotlight to make that stain visible to everybody. Because Councilor Sullivan abused his position as an elected official, we have a responsibility now to say to our constituents that we do not condone nasty political attacks and we are not okay with attacks on the LGBTQ community. I do not like using the time and resources of the city council to discuss this matter, but it is a Councilor Sullivan statement that has brought this distraction upon us. It is Councilor Sullivan's motion that inappropriately pulled our attention away from the important issues that affect our constituents. I heard from many constituents that this is not how they want us to spend our resources. You heard it, especially the health crisis that has disrupted all of our lives and has thrown our lives and our children's lives into an uncertain chaos. I do not take this moment lightly, and I do not enjoy calling more attention to the harmful words of one of my colleagues. But the power to censure is not about punishing a colleague. Instead, censure is our way to announce our commitment to use our position of power appropriately and respectfully, to tell the people of Holyoke that we do not condone the misuse of city resources or the disparagement of its people. That's why I filed this motion, and that's why I'm asking for a public apology from the members of this body that supported Councilor Sullivan's statement. That's why I'm asking that the embarrassing request for a phony investigation and for the mayor's resignation to be retracted. That's why I'm asking that we vote together to censor Councilor Sullivan for the harm that he has caused to the Holyoke City Council with his weaponizing of sexuality and his abuse of power. While we have a national spotlight, let's send that strong message to everyone, especially to the people of Holyoke, that Councilor Sullivan's words and conduct cannot be tolerated. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon and Councilor Sullivan.
And Councilor Graney.
Councilor Graney.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I will say that I believe this order is in violation of our rules. It is an attack on fellow councilors for expressing their opinions relative to inappropriate behavior of the mayor. I find this one of the most hypocritical evenings since I have served on the city council. All night long, a majority of the body defends the inappropriate behavior of the mayor and now calls for censure of a member, calling his words more inappropriate because he's expressing an opinion. It's ridiculous. This is censorship. This is stifling of freedom of speech because one new member of this council disagrees with the opinion of other members. We all serve the people who elect us. We do not give up any of our freedoms when we serve the public. I will not retract one statement that I have made. The behavior that I saw as inappropriate, I continue to see as inappropriate, and I will continue to voice my opinion as long as the voters continue to support me in this seat. Thank you. And this order should be given leave to withdraw in the same way that those who supported the other behavior called for that to have leave for withdraw. So I would like to hear a second for that motion.
The motion is to give leave to withdraw. Seconded. Back to Councilor Graney.
Yeah, let's examine the facts and put political ideologies aside. There's an accusation in this order of councilors such as Howard Graney as making embarrassing and inflammatory public statements regarding the mayor. In this order, that's blatantly false. I've never made any public statement regarding this issue, in spite of being contacted by the media and the press on numerous occasions. Conversely, the mayor is the only one that I know that has made public statements, or other people have made public statements. I have never made any public statement to the press or anybody else. This is false. I've been falsely accused here, and I resent it. Fact number two, I have the right to sign on to any order that I deem important to the citizens of Holyoke. The two orders I have signed on to both fit that criteria. Number one, order number 45, the recall issue, which I have discussed at length, and number two, order number 46, which requests information or report from UMass. Both of these orders exhibit what any responsible city government should do. Furthermore, I would like the counselor who filed this issue to get her facts straight before filing accusatory legislation against another counselor. Thank you very much.
Councilor Sullivan.
I'm going to quote from Councilor Hernandez that I was motivated by bad intentions, but the president says that's not a personal attack. That I committed a political attack. I am not a registered Democrat. I'm not a registered Republican. I am an independent, all right? And I call things out the way I see them, no matter who it is. And that this was an attack on the LGBTQ community is just beyond my response to Ms. Hernandez on that one. Anybody who knows me, and I have a lot of friends in the LGBTQ community as well, knows that I have been a good supporter and I would never do such a thing. This is a complete crack. And if this isn't a personal attack, Mr. President, I don't know what the hell is.
Right. Hear, hear.
Councilor Bartley.
Oh, okay, thank you. Appreciate it. First of all, Lee, my condolences to you on your loss. I didn't have a chance to say it to you directly, but I want to say it to you now.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I know we have to take responsibility for things. I certainly have in my past, and I hope you will too. I just want to point out a couple things. One, in your press release, Councilor Dave Bartley publicly endorsed the mayor's opponent. That's totally false. There's no merit to that. There's no factual basis to that. So I hope you'll reconsider that and apologize to me. I never endorsed anybody. And besides, who am I? So I did not endorse anyone in that congressional race. So that's a total fabrication and a misstatement. That's one. Second of all, in Part C, it says Bartley retract endorsement of a petition to initiate an investigation void of factual. I am not signed on to any order initiating a initiating an investigation. So that's a blatant lie. And so I want you just to acknowledge that. Let's see, statement, any inflammatory statements, I have never made, other than on this council. I mean, maybe there's a flourish, but if I said anything other than Mayor Morse in my career, I would love to stand corrected. I have never called him, even to his face, I've never called him by his first name. I've only called him Mayor. And I think that's being respectful. Do we have disagreements about policy? Am I sure? And he's called me out on things, and I've called him out on things. But I've never heard him call me anything but Councilor Bartley, and I've only called him Mayor Morse, and I think that's respectful. I'm not going to get into the UMass thing and all that. I will make a point to my friend, the City Council President. I could not be more disappointed in your leadership tonight. I've been disappointed in the past, but for you to allow this to go forward way outside of our rules, specific names are mentioned throughout this evening, Mr. President, almost from the get-go, and you let it go the whole time. I find that to be a total dearth, really a lack of leadership. You've really gone beyond the pale, I think. It's so disappointing to me as your friend and as a two-time supporter of you. I voted for you both times, but your lack of leadership and understanding the rules it's so unfair, and to have this attack go on, and to let it go right to the nth hour, it really reflects poorly on you, and I think it's bad judgment. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So I just want to kind of dissect this a little bit. So if we go back from the bottom up, Councilor Sullivan, Bacon, Bartley, and Greenie retract their endorsement of a petition to initiate investigation. So is there a petition? Like where is that? What is that? I'm not sure I know where or if it exists.
There is none.
There is no petition that I know of.
Through the president to the maker of the order.
There is no petition that I know of.
Okay, so then that's irrelevant. Councilor Sullivan issued an apology for inappropriate remarks. I think at the end of the day, I think that Councilor Sullivan is, I think his heart is in the right place on most issues, and I think that he is learning. And I think I at the beginning of the year talked about how I voted in favor of Todd McGee for City Council President because he has been able to look at himself in the mirror, admit when he's made some either inappropriate remarks or actions, and has moved forward from that position and worked to improve or become more aware of the ways in which those actions or comments may be hurtful or unwarranted, etc. And I think in the same vein here, Councilor Sullivan, he's a little bit older than me, and I think that he comes from an era.
Well, Mr. President, we got to be careful of age discrimination and whatnot.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, he just and I am speaking for him at this moment, and I don't mean to do that, but I want to provide the lens with which I see this issue. I think he has made comments in the past that they just don't fly in today's context, where we are really more like cognizant of the impact that words have on different groups of individuals within our community. And I don't think that they are malicious when the comments are being made. I do think that they are a little bit, there's an unawareness of how those comments are going to be received. I really, again, like with the previous order, number 44, that was it 44, that was given leave to withdraw. I mean, literally the language in that order and the way that it was meshing together multiple different issues made me very uncomfortable. And those are the sorts of things that I think we need to call attention to. You know, this is making me uncomfortable. This is making members of the community uncomfortable. And see if we could explain why they're uncomfortable, and see if at that point in time, you know, the individual who makes those remarks can come to an understanding and also say, oh, I see, you know, where I may have gone wrong, and issue an apology. I do think that, you know, some of the language that was used in Councillor Sullivan's comments, you know, really sort of are suggestive, or take the issue to a point that it does become fabricated. And no one, you know, to the point that Councillor Bacon was making earlier, no one is defending inappropriate actions in the mayor. I think we're all still in question of whether or not there ever were inappropriate actions. I mean, that's the bottom line there. So, you know, I think that the fact that we have had these discussions publicly in council is a form of censure. And I think that this order should be given, you know, complied with, because I think that as a community and, you know, as a body, we have raised the issue. We have talked about how, you know, some of the language may have been hurtful or incendiary. And I think that, you know, we should hope that we can use these moments as teaching moments, and that, you know, we can be impress upon people about why it's more, we need to be a bit more mindful of the way that language is used and the way that language can be hurtful and weaponized. And I would like to make the motion that it just be complied with.
Mr. President?
Councilor Grady.
There are falsities.
I second the motion for Rebecca Lacy.
Councilor Grady has the floor, please.
There are falsities in this order, and I believe it should be withdrawn. If the councilor wants to rewrite it and rewrite a different order, that's fine. But there are false accusations in this order, and it should be withdrawn. Thank you.
The order could definitely be amended to become more accurate.
Hold on. So in the queue, I have Councilor Hernandez.
Yes. Well, at the time that the order was written, all of these things were being discussed. So this is why it was written like that. I'm not going to retract or apologize. The person that needs to apologize here is Councilor Sullivan for his abuse, okay, and his embarrassment. And you're saying that the LGBT community, that you have friends there, they made a big statement of the words that you utilize. You embarrassed and you hurt that community. Okay, so don't stand there and act like a victim now, Councilor Sullivan. Okay, we all
McGee.
Right, we're gonna have to
go through the president here.
Order here.
I'm not sure what's happening, but
yeah, it's coming out. It's coming out of control here. So, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. To be consistent, more important to state what I believe. When I spoke after about item 44, given leave to withdraw, I did make the comment and believe the comment that we don't oversee the mayor's office, who's ever in that office, the voters do. Likewise, we've had similar orders and requests like this before, and we are not our fellow councilors' keepers. When we're in the chambers, or whether it's on Zoom or in the chambers, we have decorum and policy rules that we need to follow, and we give it to the president to oversee those rules. When we are outside the chambers, no councilor speaks for me. I speak for myself. And we cannot govern each other without showing a conflict over what we're trying to do. Everyone has a right to their opinion. Everyone has a right to express their opinion. Everyone has the right to disagree with another councilor's opinion and express that opinion. But to ask us to take a vote on a difference of the opinions is wrong, because then we are starting to govern each other, and that's not our job. Again, the voters oversee the mayor. the voters oversee us. So I'm going to vote the same way I voted on item number 44 to give leave to withdraw, because it's asking me to do something that is not my purview.
Counselor Sullivan.
I don't find anything from Counselor Hernandez worthy of response any further.
Counselor Bacon.
On the motion,
All right, so
there's one motion
Motion.
before us.
the motion is to give leave to withdraw. That was the motion that was there. One, Counselor Anderson Burgos, I see your hand coming up.
I'm gonna strip everything away. It's not about if I'm friends with Alex or I'm not, if I'm a supporter of Alex or I'm not, or the countless of people in the LGBTQ plus community who reached out to me because your words hurt them. It's not even about that. I sit there and I listen and I've watched everything, and all I can tell you as an individual, me, your words hurt me. It hurt my husband, it hurt my friends. It hurts a lot. It hurts a community. So if orders are created to hurt, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? Why are we hurting each other? And most of all, why are we not a community that support one another? Why must it all be about politics? Why can't it be about one simple thing? Respect. Your words hurt me. Me, somebody who loves this city with all his heart. You hurt me. That's it.
All right, so just to be clear on everything, and look, I've had shots just taken at me, and that's fine. That's the role. An order was filed in order to discuss certain things that occurred, of which, in essence, I think what everyone's talking about now is it's a learning moment in the sense of how it was perceived or how it was translated or how it was, reviewed. And everyone has a different view on it. The job is to work together to move things forward for the city of Holyoke. That's what we're here for. I do not have a censorship power at all. I merely go to the rules that we have, of which Rule 4 says the president shall preserve order and decorum. He may speak at points of order in preference of other members and shall decide all questions of order subject to an appeal of the city council on a motion of any member regularly or seconded. So to me, we're trying to keep order here in order to, try and address what did occur and what we as counselors get phone calls on from all different sides to try and get answers to it. I have filed orders in the past that some people misinterpreted, and then I have to explain it. The goal here, I guess, is we learn from this and we move forward as a group, because as has been stated from the very beginning of this meeting, which started at 7 o'clock, that we all work together, we have great times together, issues come up, they get heated. Once the order or the issue is over, you move on and you start on the new issues and the new orders to make Holyoke a better place. So my thing was to try and let people discuss their issue. It was very borderline to, yes, I would probably agree now, having taken a step back, that it was over the mark of 18, which was a personal attack. So I want to take a step back from, that's not what we do at this council. We work together. If we have issues, we can call each other and try and get through that. But to say that we can censure someone, I know of no rule for me to allow such a measure. I think it's been vetted. And to me, the best way to see this is that there are some things that have been pointed out tonight by other members of the council that may not be accurate within what was written. So to me, like the prior rule where we gave something leave to withdraw, that's what I'd be supporting here. But please understand, it was to try and allow everyone to get this stuff out, get it over with, so then that we can move on for what's best for Hoyoke in total. So if that was not the best way of doing it, I've never had this come up before in my career. So hopefully we can learn from it and move forward. So the motion is to leave to withdraw. I did hear a second to that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
I heard 2 noes. I'd say the ayes have it, unless challenged. We have late file A, because 64 was already done, which is a communication from Councilor Hernandez. Hello, Irma. I forgot about the handicap sign that's scribbled out. As it relates to the communication I'd like to file, it should read as follows. I'd like to clarify that on a vote that I casted as elected official in the city for Ward 4, it was done in error, and I would humbly would like to request this acknowledged that as a yes vote on June 24th during the ordinance committee.
What is this?
You want me to explain it?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the vote on what Mr. Fitzgerald. Do I have permission, Mr. President, to explain it, or?
Well, I'm just reading your communication. It was a late file.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
go
don't
ahead.
know if you wanted me to explain it as I hear people saying, what is this?
Okay.
Okay.
If you could explain.
Yeah, sure. So this is the vote that had to do with when I voted in the ordinance and I didn't understand, being a new counselor that I am, I did not understand that voting the way that I voted was not in favor of Mr. Fitzgerald and the other residents, okay, as to the zoning change. My vote should have been a no. And when I realized this afterwards, I communicated with you when I called you the next day, and I had told you I didn't vote the right way. This is not how I want my vote to be interpreted. And then I was gonna be able to discuss it in our next meeting, which I couldn't be there because my dad was dying, so I was with him.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to be clear that that vote should have been a no. And I expressed it immediately after. And I want that to be clarified, and I want it to be publicly. And I even so now that there has been what Mr. Fitzgerald filed. So my vote should have been a no. I thought that when I voted yes, it was in favor. But usually, and I thank you, Mr. President, because I know that you always explain that ahead of time. Me being a new city councilor, I need those explanations. So that way I know what I'm voting for. So that's all that I wanted to be able to gain. My goal with this communication is to know that that's not the way I wanted to vote. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing just before we put it on the record, it does say at the end, I communicated with City Council President Todd McGee to express me to discuss the next to express to me that we could discuss it in the next meeting. I apologize to my constituents. Then if you look at the open meeting law complaint, it says that I knew about it. So let me be clear, and you can chime in. You called me saying that you had an issue with a vote with regards to what happened at a committee meeting, because there was a lot of back and forth.
The ordinance.
Yep. And I said, that's okay. You can vote one way in committee, but then when you come out of committee for the full city council, you can change your vote saying you learned something new or what have you, or it's your right to vote how you want on a full city council meeting. At that time, nothing was disclosed to me that was regarding BH to RH zoning, or was Mr. Fitzgerald. In essence, I actually thought it was the chicken ordinance. And then that meeting occurred, of which you could not attend because you're your father, and that is clear. And the next day you did call me, and you said, well, why didn't you tell everyone I couldn't be there? And I said, I did. And you said, well, with regards to the business owner, I said, I don't know what you're talking about. He said, well, that's what I called you about originally. And I said, no, when you called, I thought it was about the chicken ordinance. We had that conversation the very next day after this meeting.
I would have never had an issue with no type of confusions with the chicken ordinance or the chicken meat. Yeah.
But as we discussed the very next day, I wasn't sure what order you were talking about. I thought it was one, you did the other. So to see in an open meeting law complaint that I knew about your knowledge of everything is untrue. And we discussed that the very next day.
I didn't write the complaint, so.
No, I know. I just want it on the record because
I know that I called you the very next day and said I voted wrong on this with the Mr. Fitzgerald thing.
Yep.
Oh, he has nothing to do with the chickens.
Yeah, I understand. But I just want to get on the record. So this is a communication now that we've seen it with regards to your voting. So motion would just be to receive.
Yeah.
I would say receive and send a copy to legal and to the DGR committee, since that's where the violation's going.
All right, so motion is receive, send a copy to legal and DGNR.
Mr. President?
Yep. Yeah, Councilor Bacon.
I just want to note that at that particular meeting, after Councilor voted no on the zone change, she was asked again by the chair if she was sure about her vote. It was not a double negative vote. It was, are you for the zone change? Yes or no? And it's on tape. The chair questioned her twice to be sure that the vote was understood. Thank you.
Okay, and I want to add. Yes, so, and that's correct. And there was a back and forth the whole time that even our Crystal Barnes had to get in back and forth to explain. And no, it wasn't explained as you explained. And when you say a yes vote means that you're voting against and a no vote means yes, that wasn't explained.
It wasn't the case.
Yeah, but it was.
Okay. Order again. Look at, mistakes are made with regards to voting. If there's ever a question, you can stop, ask prior to the vote.
Yep.
Whether it's committee or full council. So now on to B, I think it is, from Councilor Hernandez, that the DPW Superintendent Mike McManus provide answers on the recycling collection calendar that many constituents have received after having incorrect dates. So send it to receive, send to DGR. DPW, and a copy to
DGR.
What was that?
DGR.
DGNR.
Mr. President,
DGNR for that one. What?
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Just, I think that's C because we did B earlier.
Right. C. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yep.
Through you to Councilor Murphy, I just want to remind him that he wants to pull that order out of ordinance.
Good. Thank you.
Which Ryan has sent to us.
So this one, which is labeled C, will go to DGNR with a copy to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The last one would be to pull from ordinance. A order for, what was it, 24
Hamden Street.
Hamden Street for a handicap, moving a handicap sign. Motion was removed from committee. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So Ryan, do you have that order?
I have it. If you
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
If you can just read it into the record what it is.
I emailed it to everyone if you want it.
Ordered that the handicap parking sign, which is for 24 Hamden Street, be moved to the parking spot in front of that doorway and be placed near the roadway. Currently, the sign is blocked by leaves as you approach, and it is difficult to determine which parking spot it covers. Committee recommended that the sign be moved 1 foot closer to the road and 1 foot closer to the center front of 24 Hamden. The parking space in question is located 15 feet from the adjoining crosswalk, although vehicles often park closer to the crosswalk and outside of the marked lines. This can create pedestrian visibility issues at the crosswalk. And it goes on to talk about why the sign needs to be relocated.
Okay, so motion would be to pass the first reading.
I just, if I
I
can.
think it's complied with because there's
Can you
no.
just comply with it? Do they have to remeasure it and do all that stuff, or?
I think it's just accept the engineer's recommendation.
Oh, okay,
It's not
okay.
ordinance. I don't think.
Okay,
If I can.
Councilor Murphy, Councilor
Yeah,
Murphy.
just to make sure we say the exact same thing. I know the engineer came and originally said he just wanted to lower it 1 foot to make the sign potentially more visible. But after listening to the concerns that I had and the constituent had, the final agreement was that they were going to lower the sign 1 foot, move it 1 foot closer to the road and 1 foot closer to 24 Hamden Street. So there was no doubt as to which housing unit that related to. That's what I hope we'll send it to the DPW. I do go there. I was hoping maybe it would have already been done, but it hasn't. That's why I made sure it came up tonight.
All right, so if
And I
it's
appreciate
just to
the reminder.
comply with, so a motion would be receive, adopt the committee report and the engineer report to move the sign, correct?
Yeah.
So, Councilor McGivern, your hands up, or?
No, I think with the motion to comply, I'm fine.
All right, Councilor Sullivan?
I just want, before we adjourn, I'd like to just get one thing in.
Oh, well, let's work on this one first.
Yep.
So here is that everything is complied with and adopt the committee report. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That one passes, that one that we just pulled from committee. Councilor Sullivan?
Yeah, one thing here that I think the whole council could possibly unite behind. We only have 2 weeks left in the census counting. I'd like to give a special shout out, and there's probably nobody watching us anymore at this point, but Curtis Wyman from the OPED has just done an outstanding job. And Mike Moriarty and his staff at One Holyoke CDC have been tremendous also. And if there's anything that the council members can do, either through their social networks, their constituent networks, anything else, I think everybody realizes how important this is. And, you know, the results are going to affect us for the next 10 years, all right? Long after some of us are gone from the city council, other people are going to have to deal with. It's the formulas for state funding, for federal funding, and anything we can do over the next 2 weeks to help out wherever we can. This is of huge importance. And it, you know, again, a special shout out to Curtis Wyman.
Thank you. Anyone further? If not, there is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Good night.
Good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.